Hey guys, tonight we're diving headfirst, or perhaps face first, into a topic so ubiquitous, so deeply ingrained in the daily lives of ancient Egyptians, that it's almost invisible to grand history, yet utterly unavoidable for anyone who actually lived it. Imagine, for a moment, the majestic Nile, the lifeblood of a civilization, its waters bestowing incredible fertility upon the land. You see the lush green reeds, the date palms heavy with fruit, the promise of abundance. But with that abundance, with all that rich, damp, life-giving silt and the warmth of the African sun, comes something else. Something small, something persistent, something with an irritating buzz. Yes, tonight we're exploring how ancient Egyptians dealt with pesky houseflies. It's not the stuff of golden sarcophagi or epic battles, but I promise you, it was a daily reality. And honestly, given the sanitation standards of the past, you probably wouldn't survive a week without going mildly insane from the sheer, unadulterated annoyance of it all. You think a fly in your kitchen is bad? Oh, sweet summer child. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, I'd love to know where you're tuning in from and what time it is in your corner of the world. It's always fascinating to see how far these sleepy stories travel. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You find yourself standing on the very banks of that mighty river, the Nile. It's not a postcard view, not yet. Instead, your senses are filled with the raw, unvarnished reality of ancient Egypt. The air is thick not just with heat, but with smells. There's the damp, earthy aroma of wet soil, the slightly sweet scent of decaying vegetation at the river's edge, perhaps the tang of animal dung from a nearby path, and over it all, the faint, almost metallic scent of the river water itself. It's a potent cocktail, this ancient Egyptian air freshener, less Chanel No. 5, more eau de fertile mud and distant donkey. You feel the sun, already surprisingly strong, warming your skin. Reeds, impossibly tall and a vibrant green, sway gently in a breeze that carries little relief but many tiny passengers. This is the source of it all, this incredible river. The ancient Egyptians, as you know, revered the Nile. Its annual inundation, the great flood that arrived like clockwork, was the cornerstone of their entire civilization. This yearly event deposited tons of rich, black silt across the floodplains, creating the incredibly fertile land that allowed their society to flourish, to build monuments that still boggle the mind. Without that silt, there are no pyramids, no grand temples, no sprawling cities, just desert. So yes, the Nile is life, but life in its most generous, untamed form doesn't discriminate. It brings forth the wheat and the barley, the papyrus and the flax, but it also brings forth others. You take a few steps closer to the water's edge, your sandals sinking slightly into the soft mud. The ground here is teeming. Tiny frogs leap away from your approach. Insects you can't quite name skitter across the surface of stagnant pools left behind by a previous high watermark. And then you notice them. At first, just a few, dancing in the air above a patch of particularly moist earth. Flies, not the occasional lazy housefly you might shoo away from your picnic, but a different sort of presence. More active, more numerous. As you stand there, trying to absorb the sheer alienness of this ancient world, the buzzing seems to grow. It's as if the air itself is vibrating with tiny wings. You feel a tickle on your arm. A fly. You wave it away. Another lands on your cheek. You sweat a little more urgently this time. They are drawn to the moisture on your skin, to the scent of you, a new warm-blooded buffet in their riverside kingdom. You might have arrived expecting awe-inspiring pyramids and the stoic gaze of the Sphinx, but it seems the flies have formed the initial, very enthusiastic welcome committee. This, you begin to understand, is the other side of the Nile's bounty. Where there is water, especially slow-moving or stagnant water, and organic matter, and ancient Egypt had an abundance of both, there will be flies. The muddy banks, the irrigation canals, the places where animals drink, the very fields fertilized with that precious silt, all become breeding grounds. The warmth, so vital for crops, also accelerates the life cycle of these insects. It's a perfect storm, or perhaps a perfect, gentle, unwavering heat wave for fly proliferation. You look out across the landscape. In the distance, you can see the hazy outline of what might be a small village, mud brick dwellings clustered together. Even from here, you can imagine the activity, the people, the animals, the food preparation, the waste. Each of those elements, you realize with a dawning sense of mild dread, will be its own magnet for these buzzing companions. The Nile blesses the land, making it an oasis of life in the surrounding desert. But that oasis is shared, and the flies, it seems, got a very early invitation to the party and have no intention of leaving. Historians still argue whether the earliest Egyptians viewed the teeming insect life primarily as a collective nuisance or if certain creatures, even flies, were initially seen with a different lens, perhaps as just another numerous manifestation of the Nile's powerful life-giving force before the sheer, unadulterated annoyance truly set in. After all, the god Happy, personification of the annual flood, was a bringer of abundance, fat and prosperous. Did anyone ever quietly curse Happy for bringing too much abundance, specifically in the six-legged, buzzing variety? It's a thought that might cross your mind as you wave a hand in front of your face, trying to clear your personal airspace. It's a quirky thought, perhaps, to imagine an ancient farmer shaking his fist at the benevolent flood god, not for too little water, but for too many darn flies that came with it. Were offerings made to Happy also, inadvertently, feasting stations for the first wave of flood-loving insects? For now, you are just a newcomer, standing at the gateway to this ancient land, the great river flowing serenely by. But its welcome, your learning, is multi-layered. There's the grandeur, the history, the undeniable sense of stepping into a world that shaped our own. And then there's the hum, the persistent, inescapable, very personal hum of the Nile's smallest and perhaps most irritating children. This is just the beginning, the first taste of an environment where flies aren't just an occasional invader, but a constant, buzzing backdrop to life itself. You came for the history, but it seems you'll be getting a full immersion course in ancient entomology whether you like it or not. You move away from the immediate riverbank, the initial shock of the fly welcome party still fresh in your mind, and head towards the cluster of dwellings you spied earlier. The path is dusty, well-trodden, and the sun climbs higher, beating down with an intensity that makes you appreciate even the slightest stirring of air. But that air, as you're quickly learning, is rarely empty. The flies, it seems, are not just a riverside phenomenon. They are fellow travelers on this dusty track, an escort service you neither requested nor can dismiss. They orbit your head, dive bomb your face, and explore the damp patch of sweat forming on your neck. You're already developing a sort of involuntary twitch, a constant subtle movement of your hand to wave them away. A gesture so common here it's probably not even noticed by the locals. It's like learning a new, very annoying, regional dialect of body language. As you approach the village, the signs of daily life become more pronounced, and with them, the fly population seems to achieve a new level of density. This isn't a city of gleaming stone. Not here. These are the homes of ordinary people. Farmers, craftsmen, laborers. The houses are constructed from mud bricks, a readily available and surprisingly effective building material for this climate. They are typically flat-roofed, often clustered close together, forming a web of narrow alleyways. You see a woman emerging from a doorway, a large pottery jar balanced expertly on her head. She's likely returning from the river or a communal well, her precious cargo of water essential for drinking, cooking, and what little washing might be possible. And around her, a small, dedicated cloud of flies keeps pace. They're buzzing a faint, persistent counterpoint to the gentle sloshing of water in the jar. You notice that many doorways are simple openings, perhaps covered with a reed mat for privacy or to keep out the worst of the sun, but certainly not an insect-proof barrier. The concept of a screen door is several millennia away from being even a daydream. Flies, therefore, have an open invitation to every home. They are the uninvited dinner guests who not only show up for every meal, but also hang around in the kitchen while you're trying to cook, offering absolutely no help and definitely not bringing a bottle of Nile vintage wine. Inside one of these homes, imagine the scene. It's likely dim, a welcome respite from the glare outside. The packed earth floor might be covered with woven reed mats. There would be simple pottery for storage and cooking, perhaps a low wooden stool or two. Food preparation is a constant. Bread is a staple, baked in clay ovens often located outside the house or in a communal area. The coarse flour, the water, the sticky dough, all irresistible to your tiny, winged companions. They'll settle on the kneading board, explore the rim of the water jug, and take leisurely strolls across a freshly baked loaf cooling in the relative shade. Beer, another cornerstone of the ancient Egyptian diet, made from barley or emmer wheat, is brewed in homes and larger breweries. The sweet, fermenting mash, an absolute fly magnet. You can almost see the frothy, bubbling mixture in a clay vat, and hovering above it, a shimmering, ecstatic swarm. It's a wonder the beer didn't end up with more protein than was strictly intended. They say ancient Egyptian beer was quite nutritious, often thick like gruel. Perhaps the flies were considered a bonus nutrient by some, though it's highly unlikely anyone enjoyed that particular crunchy surprise. Animals, too, are part of this close-knit domestic scene. Goats, perhaps a few chickens, maybe a donkey tethered nearby. Their droppings, the scraps of their food, their very breath and body heat, all draw flies in droves. You see a small child, no more than 3 or 4 years old, toddling near a tethered goat. The child's face is a little sticky, perhaps from a piece of fig or a honey cake, a common sweet treat. And on the child's face, particularly around the eyes and mouth, is a cluster of flies. The child seems almost oblivious, occasionally blinking or giving a half-hearted swipe, too accustomed to their presence to be truly bothered. This early and constant exposure is perhaps how one builds up a tolerance, or at least a deep-seated resignation. This is the reality. Flies are not an event. They are atmosphere. They are part of the sensory landscape, like the heat of the sun or the smell of wood smoke. You can't escape them by going indoors. You can't escape them by moving to a different part of the village. They are in your food, in your drink, on your skin. They are there when you wake, and they are, with slightly less vigor perhaps, there as you try to sleep, buzzing near your ears. One quirky, though perhaps not entirely serious, modern theory suggests that the iconic sideways stance so prevalent in ancient Egyptian art, the head in profile, the eye facing forward, was simply an attempt by the artists to depict people trying to avoid getting flies directly in both eyes at once. A bit of a stretch, maybe, but it paints a picture, doesn't it? The sheer numbers are what's truly staggering to your modern sensibilities. You might deal with 1 or 2 in your house and declare a state of emergency, breaking out the swatter or the spray. Here, you're talking about a constant, shifting, low-level hum of dozens, if not hundreds, in your immediate vicinity, especially if there's anything remotely interesting to them nearby, which, in a pre-refrigeration, pre-modern sanitation world, is almost everywhere. A key mainstream historical fact is that ancient Egyptian towns and villages, particularly for the common populace, featured homes built very close to where their food sources were grown or kept. Animal pens might be adjacent to living quarters and refuse disposal, while likely involving designated areas, wasn't what we'd consider hygienic today. This proximity created a perfect, self-sustaining ecosystem for fly populations. Historians still argue whether the average ancient Egyptian even consciously registered the fly count unless it reached truly plague-like proportions, or if it was so normalized it became like background noise one simply filters out. Was it a source of constant, low-grade stress, or just Tuesday? The answer probably lies somewhere in between, varying by individual and circumstance. You watch a man sitting in the sliver of shade outside his doorway, attempting to mend a fishing net. His hands, gnarled and calloused, move with practiced skill, but every few moments, one hand darts up to his face, a flick of the wrist, an almost unconscious gesture to dislodge a particularly persistent fly. He doesn't curse, doesn't even seem to break his concentration. It's just part of the rhythm of his work, like breathing. This level of acceptance is hard to fathom. It's the kind of thing that would drive a modern person to distraction within hours, yet here it is, woven into the very fabric of existence. The flies aren't just visiting. They've moved in, become roommates, and they definitely don't pay rent or help with the chores. They are the ultimate freeloaders of the ancient world. As the day wears on, the heat intensifies, and if anything, the flies seem to get more energetic, more determined. You realize that any exposed moisture is a target, a bead of sweat, the dampness around your eyes, even your breath. The constant companionship is more than just an annoyance. It's an intimate, unwelcome invasion of your personal space, repeated hundreds of times a day. This isn't the majestic, serene, ancient Egypt of your imagination. This is the itchy, sneezy, constantly waving your hands around ancient Egypt, and you've only just begun to experience it. The sun begins its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple, a spectacular daily show that has captivated observers for millennia. You'd think this beautiful transition from day to night might offer some respite from your tiny winged tormentors. Perhaps they, too, retire with the setting sun? It's a hopeful thought, a common modern assumption that insects are less active in the cool of the evening. But ancient Egypt, as you're discovering, plays by its own rules, and the flies here seem to have a different schedule, or perhaps just a more tenacious work ethic. They don't punch a clock when Ra's sun boat dips below the horizon. As twilight deepens, you find yourself pondering the Egyptian worldview. This was a civilization deeply attuned to the natural world, a world they saw as imbued with divine power. Animals, birds, even insects were often associated with gods or possessed symbolic meaning. The scarab beetle, for instance, rolling its ball of dung, became a powerful symbol of rebirth and the sun god Khepri. Crocodiles, powerful and dangerous denizens of the Nile, were linked to the god Sobek. Even cats, as we know, achieved a revered status associated with the goddess Batet. So you can't help but wonder, in this pantheon of divinely connected creatures, where did the humble, or rather, the profoundly irritating fly fit in? Were they just gross, or did they, too, hold some deeper, perhaps more unsettling, divine meaning? You recall seeing images, perhaps in a fragment of a tomb painting or a design on a piece of pottery, where flies are depicted. Sometimes, they are rendered with surprising accuracy, their delicate wings and segmented bodies clearly identifiable. But what did they signify? Were they a symbol of persistence? Undoubtedly. Annoyance? Absolutely. But was there a god of flies? A minor deity, perhaps, in charge of all things buzzing and bothersome? It's a slightly comical image. A small, grumpy god, constantly swatting at his own creations. Oh, mighty Geb, god of the earth, please, can you tell your cousin, god of the infernal buzzing, to give us a break just for dinner? Unlikely. The ancient Egyptians were, however, acutely aware of the power of unseen forces, of spirits and demons that could influence daily life, bringing sickness or misfortune. Could it be that swarms of flies, especially if they appeared suddenly or in overwhelming numbers, were sometimes interpreted as a bad omen, a manifestation of some malevolent influence? Imagine a sudden plague of flies descending upon a household already troubled by illness. It wouldn't be a great leap of faith, or rather fear, to connect the two, to see the insects as harbingers or even agents of disease, sent by some displeased god or a lurking demon. Historians still argue whether specific plagues of insects mentioned in ancient texts were seen as divine retribution for specific transgressions, or as more generalized omens of difficult times ahead. You consider the sheer, overwhelming presence of flies in certain environments. Near the butcher's stalls in a marketplace, for example, the smell of fresh meat, the blood, the discarded scraps, it would be a fly paradise, a veritable insect metropolis. Did the butcher offer a quick prayer to a protective deity before starting his day, not just for good business, but for some divine intervention against the inevitable onslaught? Or was it just accepted that his profession came with an extra helping of buzzing coworkers? Curse these flies. They're eating into my profits. Literally, he might grumble, waving a bloody cleaver vaguely in their direction, a gesture both threatening and utterly futile. Then there's the flip side. Could flies, in some contexts, have a positive connotation? It seems improbable, given their universally irritating nature. Yet, you remember a peculiar tidbit, something about a military decoration. The Order of the Golden Fly. This is a verified historical fact. Golden flies were awarded to military officials for bravery and persistence in battle, essentially for harassing the enemy relentlessly. It's a fascinating, almost bizarre, juxtaposition. The very creature that plagues your daily life, that you swat away with irritation, is also a symbol of valor, of refusing to give up, of being a persistent nuisance to your enemies. It suggests a grudging respect for the fly's tenacity, its sheer unwillingness to be deterred. Perhaps a general, watching his most determined soldiers harry the opposing forces, thought, "They're like flies, they just won't stop." And thus an award was born. This dual nature, if you can call it that, is intriguing. On one hand, the fly is a pest, a source of disgust and discomfort, potentially linked to sickness and decay. On the other, its most annoying characteristic, its relentless persistence, could be reinterpreted as a virtue in a specific, very different context. It's a testament to the Egyptians' ability to draw complex meanings from the world around them. They didn't just see a fly, they saw its behavior, and that behavior could be mapped onto human actions, for good or ill. But for you, swatting at another determined explorer attempting to map the contours of your ear, the valor of the fly is not the first thing that springs to mind. You're more focused on the pesky aspect. As darkness finally settles, and the oil lamps are lit, casting flickering shadows on the mud brick walls, the fly activity does seem to lessen somewhat. Perhaps the cooler air or the change in light makes them less active. Or perhaps they've just found somewhere more interesting to congregate for the night, like the remains of your evening meal, or the warm bodies of sleeping animals nearby. You lie down on a reed mat, hoping for some peace. But the memory of the day's relentless aerial assault lingers. The feeling of tiny feet landing on your skin, the constant hum, the frustration. It makes you wonder if any ancient Egyptian poet ever penned an ode to the fly, not in praise, but in pure, unadulterated exasperation. "Oh, tiny fiend with wings of gauze, why dost thou plague my every pause?" Probably not in those exact words, but the sentiment must have been universal. The quirky or fringe tidbit here could be the speculation by some that certain fly-shaped amulets, while not as common as scarabs, might have been worn not to honor flies, but as a form of apotropaic magic, an attempt to ward off the very creatures they depicted, a sort of fight fire with fire approach to pest control. If I wear the image of my tormentor, perhaps it will leave me alone? Or maybe it was just a cheap souvenir from the Order of the Golden Fly gift shop, now sadly lost to time. As you drift off, you try to reconcile the image of the golden fly of valor with the irritating reality buzzing just out of reach of your tired, swatting hand. Gods or just gross? The answer seems to be a resounding, mostly gross, with a tiny, baffling glimmer of gold. The ancient world is nothing if not full of contradictions, and the fly, it seems, embodies one of them perfectly. The question of whether their sheer numbers ever led to them being incorporated into early religious cosmologies, perhaps as minor spirits of decay or harbingers of change tied to the cycles of the Nile, remains a subject of quiet debate among scholars who look beyond the major deities. For now, you just hope they let you sleep. The first light of dawn creeps into your dwelling, not with the gentle romance of a sunrise, but as a signal for the flies to resume their daily symphony of annoyance. Before your eyes are fully opened, you hear it, that familiar, insidious hum, a sound that's rapidly becoming the soundtrack to your ancient Egyptian existence. You swat preemptively, even before you're fully conscious, a testament to how quickly this defensive reflex is becoming ingrained. As you sit up, stretching the kinks from your back after a night on the reed mat, you're already scanning your immediate surroundings, bracing yourself for the inevitable morning rush. Today, your attention shifts to something less philosophical than the divine status of flies, and more practical, more fragrant. You become acutely aware of the sanitation systems, or rather, the lack thereof, in this ancient village. It's not a topic for polite conversation, perhaps, but it's crucial to understanding the sheer scale of the fly problem. Where there are people, there is waste. Human waste, animal waste, food waste. And in a world without modern plumbing, without regular garbage collection, without sealed bins, all this waste becomes an open invitation, a veritable smorgasbord for flies. You observe the daily patterns. People relieve themselves in designated areas, perhaps pits or secluded spots some distance from the main living quarters, but some distance is a relative term, and prevailing breezes don't always respect these boundaries. The concept of a latrine, even a simple pit latrine within each household, wasn't universally adopted, especially in poorer communities. More often, waste was collected in pots and then carried away to be disposed of, possibly in the river, downstream from the water collection point, one fervently hopes, or used as fertilizer in the fields. Each step of this process, from initial deposit to final disposal, is a fly-attracting opportunity. You can almost hear the tiny insect cheers every time a chamber pot is emptied. Fresh delivery, lads, dig in. Animal waste is even more pervasive. Goats, donkeys, cattle, and fowl are integral to the agricultural economy and daily life. They live in close proximity to humans, often sharing courtyards or tethered just outside homes. Their droppings accumulate, and while they are valuable as fertilizer and fuel when dried, in their fresh state, they are prime fly breeding grounds. You watch a donkey, tethered to a post, flicking its tail with weary persistence against a cloud of flies. The ground around it is littered with dung, each pile a miniature, buzzing metropolis. It's a cycle. Animals produce waste. Waste attracts flies. Flies annoy animals and people. And the cycle continues, unbroken. Then there's the food waste. Peelings from vegetables, discarded bits of fish or fowl, dregs from beer making, crumbs of bread. In a world where every resource is precious, true waste is minimized. But some organic refuse is inevitable. This isn't neatly bagged and taken to the curb. It might be thrown onto a communal midden heap, a sort of ancient compost pile, or simply tossed into a corner of the yard. These middens, rich in decaying organic matter, are five-star restaurants for flies and conveniently located right next to the maternity ward from a fly's perspective. That is, the smells emanating from these areas, a complex bouquet of decomposition, are a potent attractant, signaling a feast and a nursery all in one. You see children playing near one such refuse area, their games weaving in and out of the discarded remnants of village life. They seem unconcerned by the aroma or the attendant cloud of flies. This is just part of their world. Perhaps one of them picks up a particularly interesting-looking potsherd from the heap, unknowingly disturbing a nest of fly larvae. It's a stark reminder of the close quarters and the different standards of hygiene. One mainstream historical fact is that archaeological excavations of ancient Egyptian settlements often reveal distinct midden heaps, layers of accumulated domestic waste, which provide invaluable information about diet, material culture, and, yes, the likely prevalence of pests. The very construction of the village contributes to the problem. The narrow alleyways, while providing shade, can also trap odors and harbor debris. Small, unnoticed crevices in the mud brick walls or imperfections in the packed earth floors can become repositories for tiny scraps of food or organic dust, enough to sustain a small fly family. The flat roofs, often used for sleeping in hot weather or for drying food, can also collect wind-blown debris and rainwater, creating little pockets of dampness perfect for insect activity. It's like the entire village is unintentionally designed as a fly-friendly amusement park. Come one, come all to Flytopia. Free food, ample breeding spots, and warm bodies to land on. Historians still argue whether the ancient Egyptians fully understood the direct link between specific types of waste, fly breeding cycles, and the subsequent spread of certain diseases. They were certainly aware of illness and had elaborate medical practices and magical spells to combat it. But the germ theory of disease was many centuries in the future. They likely observed that areas with more waste had more flies, and perhaps noticed that sickness was more common in less clean environments, but attributing it directly to the flies transmitting microscopic pathogens was beyond their scientific framework. They were more likely to blame malevolent spirits, divine displeasure, or imbalances in the body's humors. You might see someone sweeping out their dwelling with a bundle of reeds or palm fronds. They gather the dust and debris and carry it outside. But where does it go? Often just a short distance away, becoming part of the larger village ecosystem of waste. The effort is made, but the overall impact on the fly population might be minimal, like trying to empty the Nile with a teaspoon. It's a constant battle against entropy and accumulation, and the flies are always on the winning side, ready to exploit any lapse. A quirky or fringe tidbit might be to imagine an ancient Egyptian version of a public service announcement. A stern-looking priest pointing from a papyrus scroll, saying, "Hark! The great god Ra sees the filth in your alleyway. Appease him by sweeping, lest he send a plague of, well, more flies than usual." Or perhaps a folk saying, "A clean courtyard keeps the hippo god happy, but a messy one makes the fly king rejoice." Unlikely, but it highlights the disconnect between their understanding of cause and effect regarding sanitation and their very real, daily struggle with its consequences. You begin to realize that the flies are not just an annoyance. They are tiny critics, constantly pointing out the shortcomings in waste management. Every buzz is a tiny complaint about an unscooped dropping or a piece of dropped fruit. Their presence is a direct, visible, and audible measure of the organic decay happening all around you. And in ancient Egypt, surrounded by life and its byproducts, that decay was a constant, and so, therefore, were the flies. Their omnipresence wasn't accidental. It was a fundamental consequence of how life was lived, how communities were structured, and how the environment was managed, or rather, often not managed, in ways that would deter them. The flies weren't just in Egypt. They were of Egypt, a natural, if unwelcome, part of its very fabric. The heat of the day intensifies, and you, like any sensible ancient Egyptian, seek refuge from the relentless sun. You duck into one of the mud brick houses, hoping for a cool, dim interior. And it is cooler, certainly. The thick adobe walls, a hallmark of vernacular architecture in hot, arid climates, do an admirable job of insulating against the oppressive outdoor temperatures. This is a simple, ingenious technology, using readily available materials, Nile mud mixed with straw or other binding agents, formed into bricks and dried in the sun. The resulting structures are surprisingly durable and effective at creating a more tolerable indoor microclimate. You can almost feel the temperature drop by several degrees as you step over the threshold. However, as your eyes adjust to the dimmer light, you realize that while you might have escaped the direct blaze of the sun, you haven't entirely escaped your buzzing companions. The flies, it seems, appreciate a bit of shade too. They may not be present in the same overwhelming swarms you encountered near the refuse heaps or the animal pens, but they are definitely here. A persistent few orbit lazily in the relatively still air, their hum a soft, almost sleepy counterpoint to the muffled sounds of village life outside. This mud brick haven, designed for human comfort, inadvertently offers a multitude of attractions and accommodations for flies as well. You examine the construction more closely. The walls, while solid, are not perfectly smooth or seamless. Small cracks and crevices abound, especially where the bricks meet or around the simple, unglazed window openings. These tiny fissures are perfect hiding spots for insects, cool little pockets where a fly can rest, digest its latest ill-gotten meal, or perhaps even lay a few eggs if a speck of organic matter has found its way in. The window openings themselves, often just small, strategically placed holes in the wall, are designed more for ventilation than for views. They might have a wooden shutter or a piece of linen that can be drawn across, but these are far from airtight. For a creature as small and determined as a fly, these are less like barriers and more like charmingly rustic entranceways. Oh, look, a convenient little breezeway. How thoughtful of the builders. The floor is typically packed earth, perhaps covered with those ubiquitous reed mats. While the mats offer some comfort and a cleaner surface to walk or sit on, they too can harbor secrets. Spilled food particles, dust, and other organic detritus can easily accumulate beneath or within the weave of the mats, creating a hidden buffet for insects. Every time a mat is lifted for cleaning, an event that probably doesn't happen with the obsessive frequency of modern housekeeping, it likely disturbs a small community of tiny freeloaders, sending a few disoriented flies buzzing up into the air. Then there's the roof, often flat, constructed from wooden beams overlaid with palm fronds, reeds, and a layer of mud plaster. This creates a reasonably weatherproof covering, but again, it's not impervious. Insects can burrow into the organic roofing materials. Rain, when it does come, can create damp patches that linger, attracting flies. And, as mentioned, People often use their flat roofs for sleeping on hot nights or for drying food like dates or fish. Imagine a slab of fish laid out in the sun to cure. It's practically an engraved invitation for every fly in a 5-mile radius. All-you-can-eat seafood special. Rooftop dining with a view. The flies that aren't feasting directly are likely exploring the underside of the roof from within the house, drawn by the enticing aromas seeping through. Storage of food within the home is another key factor. Without refrigeration, preserving food is a constant challenge. Grain might be stored in pottery jars, ideally with well-fitting lids, but well-fitting by ancient standards might still leave a tiny gap for a determined insect. Dried fruits, meats, and fish would be hung from the rafters or stored in baskets. While drying is an effective preservation method, the food items are still exposed, and their scent is a powerful lure. You can picture a string of dried fish hanging in a corner, each one with its own little halo of hopeful flies. They're like tiny, patient gourmands, waiting for an opportunity. Even the water jar, a staple in every household, standing in a cool corner, can be an attraction. The dampness around its base, the occasional spilled drop, or even the condensation on its porous surface on a particularly humid day can draw thirsty flies. Historians still argue whether the common practice of covering water jars with a cloth or a small pottery dish was primarily to keep out dust and debris, or if it was also a conscious, if somewhat futile, attempt to deter insects. Given the fly population, it was probably both. One mainstream historical fact is that mud brick architecture, while thermally efficient, is also susceptible to insect infestation, not just flies, but also termites and other burrowing creatures. Maintaining the integrity of these structures, replastering walls, and ensuring a tight roof were ongoing tasks for ancient Egyptian homeowners. It wasn't just about aesthetics. It was about preserving the home against the elements and against tiny, uninvited guests. You might notice small, dark specks on the walls or ceiling, fly spots, the telltale signs of their presence. These are the accumulated droppings of countless flies over time, a subtle but persistent reminder of their cohabitation. Trying to keep the walls pristine would be an endless, thankless task. It's like trying to paint a fence with a swarm of bees determined to add their own artistic touches. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Some have speculated that the relatively dim interiors of many ancient Egyptian homes, a consequence of small windows designed to keep out heat, might have been a slight deterrent to some fly species that prefer bright sunlight. However, many other fly species are perfectly comfortable in shaded or indoor environments, especially if food or moisture is present. So, while the dimness might have offered a psychological sense of refuge, it was unlikely a truly effective fly control strategy. Perhaps it just made them harder to see, which could be a blessing or a curse, depending on whether you prefer your aerial annoyances visible or stealthy. You sit on a low stool, the air in the small room surprisingly still. A single shaft of sunlight, lancing through a small window high in the wall, illuminates a veritable galaxy of dust motes dancing in the air. And among them, a few flies trace lazy circles, their buzzing barely audible. It's a strangely peaceful scene, almost, but the peace is deceptive. This house, like every other structure in the village, is a battleground in the silent, ongoing war between humans and flies. The humans build their shelters for comfort and survival. The flies, with their incredible adaptability and persistence, simply see new territories to colonize, new resources to exploit. The mud brick home is a testament to human ingenuity, but it's also, from a fly's perspective, just a slightly more complex, slightly cooler version of the great outdoors, complete with room service. The midday meal approaches, and your stomach reminds you that even amidst a constant aerial bombardment, a person needs to eat. But the very act of preparing and consuming food in this environment takes on a new dimension of challenge. It's not just about finding ingredients and cooking them. It's about defending your sustenance from the relentless, six-legged gourmands who seem to believe every meal is a communal affair, with them as the guests of honor. You're about to experience feasting with flies, ancient Egyptian style, and it's less banquet and more battle of the bread. You watch as a woman prepares a simple meal. Bread is, of course, central. She has a lump of dough, made from coarse emmer wheat flour and water, perhaps with a little sourdough starter from a previous batch. She kneads it on a flat stone or a wooden board, and as she works, the flies are there. They land on her hands, on the dough, on the board. She waves them away with a practiced, almost rhythmic motion, but they return with infuriating persistence. It's a culinary dance where one partner is determined to add unwanted, wriggling ingredients. You wonder how much extra protein inadvertently gets kneaded into the average loaf. Probably best not to dwell on that thought for too long if you plan on eating. Once the loaves are shaped, they might be baked in a small, domed clay oven outside, or perhaps on a heated stone over an open fire. The aroma of baking bread, universally delightful, is also a powerful summons to every fly in the vicinity. As the loaves bake and then as they cool, they are prime targets. You can imagine someone tasked with fly guarding duty, armed with a palm frond or a piece of cloth, constantly shooing away the determined insects from the precious, life-sustaining bread. Get away from that carb-based goodness, you winged fiends, they might mutter, if ancient Egyptians muttered such things. Dates, a common source of sweetness, are another fly favorite. Whether fresh and sticky or dried and shriveled, their sugary allure is irresistible. A bowl of dates left unattended for even a few moments will quickly attract a cluster of enthusiastic tasters. You might pick up a date, inspect it carefully for any uninvited passengers, and then pop it into your mouth, hoping you got them all. It adds a certain frisson of uncertainty to snack time. Beer, as we've touched upon, is also a major draw. It's typically drunk from simple pottery cups or bowls. As you lift your beer to your lips, you might have to gently blow across the surface to clear away any flies that have decided to take a dip or just enjoy the yeasty fumes. Perhaps this is the origin of blowing the head off a beer, less about foam management, more about insect eviction. It's a quirky thought. Did the Egyptian hieroglyph for cheers include a tiny depiction of a fly being gently puffed away? Probably not, but the image is amusing. Imagine sitting down to eat. The meal might consist of bread, some cooked lentils or beans, perhaps a few pungent onions or radishes, and if you're fortunate, a small piece of dried fish or some cheese. The food is laid out on a mat or a low table, and almost immediately, the flies arrive, as if summoned by a dinner gong only they can hear. You eat with one hand and wave with the other, a constant, almost subconscious two-handed operation. Conversation is punctuated by swats and flicks. Sharing a meal is a communal experience, but here the community includes a significant and uninvited insect contingent. One mainstream historical fact is that the ancient Egyptian diet, particularly for the common people, was heavily reliant on bread and beer, supplemented by vegetables, legumes, and fish. Meat was less common, reserved for wealthier individuals or special occasions. This carbohydrate-rich diet, often involving sticky or moist foods, was inherently attractive to flies. There were no cling film wraps, no Tupperware containers, no refrigerators to keep food safe and out of reach. Food preservation methods like drying, salting, and smoking helped, but the food was still often exposed during preparation and consumption. You try to eat quickly to minimize the window of opportunity for the flies, but they are agile, persistent, and seem to have an uncanny ability to sense the exact moment you're about to take a bite, darting in for a last-second taste test. It's a profoundly frustrating experience. You might try covering your food bowl with a cloth between bites, but they'll just land on the cloth, waiting patiently, or try to crawl underneath. They are masters of infiltration. Historians still argue whether the ancient Egyptians developed specific culinary habits or food presentation techniques solely to minimize fly contact. For example, were certain strongly scented herbs or spices, aside from their flavoring properties, also used in the hopes of repelling insects from food? It's possible, though difficult to prove definitively. Some aromatic plants do have insect repellent qualities, but whether their use in ancient Egyptian cooking was consciously directed at flies, or just a happy byproduct, is open to speculation. You observe the various strategies people employ. Some eat with a kind of stoic resignation, seemingly unfazed by the buzzing interlopers. Others are more animated in their defense, their hands constantly moving. Children, often less guarded, might end up with flies sharing their sticky fingers and faces. It's a scene that would horrify a modern health inspector, but here it's just lunch. You might joke to yourself that the flies are simply the unpaid quality control inspectors of the ancient culinary world, ensuring every crumb is accounted for. This bread needs more salt and fewer of my brethren, if you please. The sheer effort involved in just trying to eat a meal in peace is draining. It adds a layer of stress to what should be a restorative activity. You begin to understand that the constant presence of flies isn't just a background annoyance. It's an active impediment to simple daily tasks. Even the gods, in their temple offerings, were not immune. Priests would present loaves of bread, jars of beer, cuts of meat, and fruits to the statues of the deities. One can only imagine the scene behind the scenes. The frantic efforts to keep the sacred offerings from being desecrated by swarms of opportunistic flies before the god could spiritually partake of the meal. Were there designated temple fly swatters, a holy order dedicated to protecting the divine dinner? As you finish your meager, hard-won meal, brushing away the last persistent crumb seekers, you feel a sense of weary accomplishment. You have eaten, and you have, for the most part, eaten what you intended to eat. But the flies will be back for the next meal, and the one after that. This battle of the dining table is a daily, tri-daily engagement, and the flies, with their endless reinforcements and unwavering determination, always seem to have the upper hand. The concept of a relaxing, fly-free meal is a luxury you can only dream of in this ancient, buzzing world. The meal is over, but the flies, of course, are not. Their attention, no longer focused on your plate of lentils and bread, now returns to a more personal and arguably more irritating target: you. Specifically, your face, your eyes, your exposed skin. This isn't about food anymore, or at least not directly. This is about moisture, warmth, and the sheer, maddening desire of a fly to explore every available surface, particularly the ones that twitch and try to shoo them away. You are about to intimately experience the personal itch, the unique torment of flies treating your head as a landing strip and amusement park. You feel it first as a light tickle, a barely perceptible sensation on your cheek. You brush at it absently. A moment later, it's back, or perhaps it's a different fly, equally bold. Then one braves the treacherous terrain near your eye. This is where it graduates from minor annoyance to genuine, focus-shattering irritation. Flies are drawn to the moisture around the eyes, and their tiny, leg tickles near such a sensitive area are almost unbearable. You blink rapidly, you squint, you wave your hand more vigorously. It's a universal human reaction, this defense of the eyes, and the flies seem to treat it as a fun new game. Dodge the giant hand. It's not just your eyes. They explore the corners of your mouth, attracted by saliva or the lingering scent of your recent meal. They crawl along your lips, a sensation that makes you want to rub your mouth with the back of your hand constantly. They land on your nose, your forehead, your ears, each landing a tiny, distinct, and unwelcome intrusion. If you have even the smallest scratch or abrasion on your skin, they will find it, drawn by the faintest trace of blood or seepage. It's as if you've become a walking, breathing fly magnet, and they are meticulously mapping your every contour. You try to sit still, perhaps hoping that if you don't react, they'll lose interest. This is a flawed strategy. Your stillness is merely an invitation for more of them to settle. You become a living statue, albeit one covered in tiny, mobile black specks. The sensation of multiple flies crawling on your skin simultaneously is enough to make your flesh creep. It's a constant, low-level assault on your senses, a tactile harassment that frays the nerves. "Excuse me, sir. Is this nostril occupied? No? Excellent. I'll just park myself here for a spell." The ancient Egyptians, with their dark kohl eyeliner, might have had an unintended benefit here. One historical fact is that kohl, made from galena, lead sulfide, or stibnite, antimony sulfide, mixed with oil or fat, was used by both men and women around their eyes. While its primary purposes were aesthetic and to reduce sun glare, some believe it also had fly-repellent properties, or at least made the eye area less attractive to them. The dark, oily barrier might have been less appealing than bare, moist skin. Historians still argue whether the medicinal claims for kohl, such as preventing eye infections, were linked to it deterring pathogen-carrying flies, or if it had actual antimicrobial properties. Regardless, if it kept even a few flies away from your precious eyeballs, it was probably worth the effort of application. You look around at others. The children, as you've noticed, often have flies clustered around their eyes and mouths, seemingly more tolerant or perhaps just less capable of effectively deterring them. Adults, however, are engaged in a near-constant battle. You see the subtle head shakes, the quick flicks of the hand, the brushing of a shoulder or arm. These are not dramatic gestures, just the ingrained, weary responses of people who have lived with this annoyance their entire lives. It's a shared misery, an unspoken understanding that this is simply part of being alive in this place and time. The heat doesn't help. Sweat beads on your forehead, trickles down your temples. Each droplet is a fresh invitation to a thirsty fly. They land, take a minuscule sip, and then perhaps wander off to share the news with their friends. Hey guys, free electrolyte drink over on the New Human. Slightly salty, but quite refreshing. The indignity of being a walking fly water fountain is not lost on you. You try to find some shade, hoping it will offer a reprieve. It helps a little with the sun, but the flies are still there, perhaps slightly fewer in number if you're away from food sources or waste, but never entirely absent. The personal space we modern humans take for granted simply doesn't exist here when it comes to insects. They have no concept of boundaries. Your breath, your warmth, your scent, these are all beacons in their world. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Some ancient Egyptian medical papyri contain remedies for various ailments, including eye problems. One wonders if any of these concoctions, often involving ingredients like honey, minerals, or animal products, were also, intentionally or not, sticky enough to act as a sort of localized flypaper if applied near the eyes. My special eye ointment not only soothes the irritation, but also traps the little buzzers. 2 birds, 1 stone, or perhaps it just made things worse, attracting even more flies to the sweet, sticky mess. The Ebers Papyrus, for example, lists treatments for diseases of the eyes, and flies were known to be associated with eye complaints like trachoma, which was rampant. The constant need to defend your face is mentally exhausting. It breaks your concentration if you're trying to work or converse. It makes moments of repose feel less restful. You might even find yourself envying the statues of the pharaohs, their serene, stone faces untouched by the buzzing plague. If only you could be so impervious. You might try covering your face with a piece of linen, if you have one spare. This offers some protection, but it's hot, and it impedes your vision and breathing. It's a trade-off, momentary relief from the flies versus the discomfort of a stuffy face covering. Most people, it seems, opt for the ongoing active defense rather than passive obstruction. As the afternoon wears on, you become more adept at the Egyptian wave, that subtle, almost constant motion of the hand near the face. It's becoming second nature, but you also feel a growing sense of exasperation. It's not pain, not exactly. It's a deeper kind of irritation, the kind that grinds you down slowly. The personal itch, the tickle of tiny feet, the buzz near your ear, these are the small tortures that define a significant part of your ancient Egyptian experience. You came to see pyramids, but you're getting a PhD in fly-facial interactions. And the flies, it seems, are very dedicated, very hands-on, or perhaps legs-on professors. The relentless assault of flies on your person, particularly your face, becomes a powerful motivator. You can't just resign yourself to being a walking insect playground forever. Human ingenuity, even in ancient times, must have risen to this itchy occasion. Your mind, and likely the minds of countless ancient Egyptians before you, turns to active defense. If you can't eliminate the flies entirely, perhaps you can at least create a temporary zone of personal peace, a small bubble of fly-free air. This leads you to explore the world of ancient Egyptian smoke screens and scent barriers. You observe people burning incense. Small cones or pellets of fragrant resins like frankincense or myrrh are placed on hot coals in pottery burners. A thin plume of aromatic smoke rises, curling and twisting in the air. This isn't just for religious rituals or to please the gods, though that is a primary function. One mainstream historical fact is that incense was widely used in ancient Egypt for religious ceremonies, purification rituals, and as a luxury item to perfume homes and clothing. The sweet, exotic scent would have been a welcome contrast to the everyday smells of a bustling village. But you notice something else. Where the smoke is thickest, the flies seem less enthusiastic. They don't vanish completely, but they appear to avoid the direct path of the smoke. Could this be a deliberate fly-deterrent strategy? It's highly plausible. Many aromatic resins and woods, when burned, release compounds that are known to repel insects. The Egyptians, with their keen observation of the natural world, would surely have noticed this effect. Perhaps a small incense burner, strategically placed in a room or near a workspace, wasn't just about creating a pleasant aroma or a sacred atmosphere. It was also a form of pest control, a fragrant shield against the buzzing hordes. Ah, the sweet smell of myrrh, and the even sweeter sound of fewer flies buzzing around my head. You see someone tending a small fire, not for cooking, but simply letting it smolder. They add damp leaves or certain types of wood that produce a lot of smoke. The smoke isn't particularly pleasant smelling. It's acrid and stings the eyes if you get too close, but it's dense, and the flies definitely give it a wide berth. This is a more utilitarian approach, less about pleasant aromas and more about effective deterrence. In areas where work is being done, like a potter at his wheel or a carpenter shaping wood, a smoky fire nearby might be a necessary discomfort to ward off an even greater one. It's a trade-off. Watery eyes and a cough versus a face full of flies. Many would choose the smoke. Beyond burning things, you wonder about other scents. The Egyptians were masters of perfumery and unguents, creating complex scented oils and fats from flowers, herbs, and spices. These were used for cosmetic purposes, to moisturize the skin in the dry climate, and for their delightful fragrances. Could some of these perfumes also have served as insect repellents? You recall the unguent cones that wealthy Egyptians sometimes wore on their heads during banquets. These cones, made of scented fat or wax, would gradually melt in the heat, releasing their perfume over the wearer's hair and shoulders. While primarily a fashion statement and a way to stay fragrant, perhaps the specific oils used, maybe something with a citrusy or minty note, also helped to keep flies at bay. Darling, your perfume is divine, and I notice the flies seem to be keeping a respectful distance. What is that delightful concoction? Oh, to fly be gone. You decide to experiment. You find some strongly scented leaves, perhaps wild mint or a type of basil that grows near the Nile. You crush them in your hands, releasing their pungent aroma, and rub them on your exposed arms and neck. The effect isn't dramatic, but you notice a slight reduction in the number of flies landing on the treated areas. It's not a force field, but it's something. The relief is temporary. The scent fades, and the flies, ever persistent, eventually return. But for a short while, there's a small pocket of relative peace. Historians still argue whether the extensive use of perfumes and scented oils by ancient Egyptians had a significant, intentional insect-repelling component, or if any such effect was purely incidental to their cosmetic and ritualistic purposes. While many plants used in their concoctions do possess repellent properties, explicit textual evidence focusing on this aspect for personal application is scarce. However, given the environment, it's hard to imagine they wouldn't have noticed and exploited such benefits. You see someone hanging bunches of dried herbs in a doorway or window opening, perhaps wormwood or another bitter, aromatic plant. The idea is that the scent will discourage flies from entering. It's a bit like an ancient, all-natural version of those sticky fly ribbons, but aiming for repulsion rather than capture. The effectiveness is debatable. A truly determined fly, smelling food inside, might brave the herbal barrier, but it represents an effort, a proactive attempt to control their environment. One quirky or fringe tidbit involves the idea of unlucky scents for flies. Just as some smells attract them, decay, sugar, sweat. Perhaps ancient Egyptians identified specific odors that flies found particularly offensive, beyond just smoke. Maybe the pungent aroma of fermented fish sauce, a common condiment in some ancient cultures, though its prevalence in Egypt is debated, was discovered to be a fly no-go zone. Want to keep the flies out of the kitchen? Just leave a bowl of our extra-strength fermented fish guts by the door. It'll keep out the neighbors too. But hey, no flies. It's a humorous exaggeration, but it points to the experimentation that must have occurred. The challenge with scent-based repellents is their longevity and the fly's adaptability. A scent that works today might be less effective tomorrow as the insects become accustomed to it, or as the volatile oils evaporate. And any repellent needs to be stronger than the allure of food, moisture, or a warm place to rest. It's an ongoing arms race, a battle of olfactory wits. You try waving a smoking twig near your face. The smoke stings your eyes, but for a blessed few moments, the flies scatter. It's a small victory, but it feels significant. You understand the appeal of smoke, despite its discomforts. It's a visible, tangible deterrent. You can direct it, create a cloud of protection, however fleeting. The use of smoke and scent is a testament to human resourcefulness, to the refusal to simply endure. It shows an understanding, however rudimentary, of cause and effect. This smell makes the flies go away. It's a step beyond passive acceptance, a move towards actively shaping one's immediate environment for greater comfort. These aren't high-tech solutions, but in a world without chemical sprays or electric swatters, they represent the cutting edge of personal pest control. And as you sit there, briefly enveloped in a cloud of herbal smoke, you appreciate the ingenuity, even if your eyes are watering a little. It's a small price to pay for a moment's peace from the constant personal itch. The smoke offers temporary relief, the crushed herbs a fleeting fragrant shield, but these methods are passive, defensive. Sooner or later, the ancient Egyptian, and you by extension, would crave a more direct, more satisfying approach to dealing with a particularly audacious fly, the satisfying thwack of a successful swat. Your attention now turns to the very first, very necessary piece of personal anti-fly technology, the swatter. It's not a complex invention, born not of intricate engineering but of pure, unadulterated annoyance and the need for immediate, decisive action. You imagine the scene. A fly, bold and buzzing, lands squarely on someone's nose for the 10th time in as many minutes. Patience, already worn thin by the heat and the general omnipresence of its brethren, finally snaps. A hand flies up, aiming for the offender. Sometimes it connects, a messy but effective solution. Other times, the fly, with its infuriatingly quick reflexes, zips away, only to return moments later. The limitations of the bare hand as a fly dispatching tool become apparent. It's too small a surface area, too slow, and frankly, smacking yourself in the face repeatedly is neither dignified nor particularly effective. There has to be a better way to crush these tiny tyrants. You can almost hear an exasperated ancient voice declare. And so, the proto-swatter is born. What would it look like? Nothing fancy at first. Perhaps someone grabs a nearby large leaf, a piece of papyrus reed, or a strip of palm frond. Anything that extends the reach and increases the surface area of the swatting hand. You can picture a farmer, taking a break from his labor, idly stripping a few fronds from a palm leaf, weaving them roughly together, or simply using a broad, single leaf to fan himself and, more importantly, to deliver a more definitive blow to any fly that dares to land on him. One mainstream historical fact is that fly whisks or swatters, in various forms, have been used across many cultures for millennia. In Egypt, given the prevalence of flies, it's almost inconceivable that such implements wouldn't have been developed very early on. While elaborate, ceremonial fly whisks are known from royal contexts, often symbols of authority, made with precious materials. The everyday swatter of the common person would have been far simpler, made from readily available plant materials. Think less scepter of state and more stick with some leaves on the end. You try your hand at crafting one. You find a sturdy reed by the riverbank and attach a fan-shaped bundle of smaller, dried grasses or thin strips of linen to one end, securing them with a bit of twine or a sliver of palm fiber. It's a rudimentary tool, but as you test it out, you feel a surge of empowerment. No longer are you just passively waving. Now, you have an implement of targeted destruction, a way to meet the enemy on slightly more even terms. The thwack it makes when you, occasionally, connect with a fly is surprisingly satisfying. It's a small sound, but it echoes with the triumph of human ingenuity over insectal irritation. You observe others. A woman shelling peas might have a small, woven fan beside her, used more for swatting than for cooling. A craftsman at his bench might keep a strip of leather or a bundle of reeds handy for the same purpose. These aren't items that would likely survive in the archaeological record in great numbers, being made of perishable organic materials. But their existence is a logical necessity. Historians still argue about the exact forms and prevalence of these early, common fly swatters, as direct evidence is scarce compared to more durable artifacts. We infer their existence from the environment and human nature. Would you sit there being tormented if a simple tool could offer relief? Unlikely. The design of these early swatters would have been a matter of trial and error. Too flimsy, and it just annoys the fly. Too heavy, and it's cumbersome to wield. The ideal swatter needs to be light, quick, with enough surface area to improve your chances of a hit, and perhaps with some flexibility to absorb the impact without breaking. The ancient Egyptians, with their practical skills in crafting tools from natural resources, would have quickly arrived at effective designs. Maybe there was even a local swatter specialist in the village, known for his particularly well-balanced and deadly creations. Old man Thutmose, he makes a fine swatter. Got a reach of 3 cubits and the accuracy of a hunting falcon. A bit of an exaggeration, perhaps, but the appreciation for a good tool is universal. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could the earliest forms of fans, often depicted in Egyptian art as symbols of status or for cooling, have originated from, or at least shared a common ancestor with, the humble fly swatter? It's plausible. A tool designed to move air to create a breeze could easily be repurposed to swat an insect, and vice versa. The large, feathered fans carried by attendants of the pharaoh certainly looked capable of delivering a formidable swat, though their primary purpose was likely more ceremonial and for comfort. One imagines a nervous fan-bearer, tasked with keeping the divine royal person cool, also surreptitiously trying to take out a rogue fly that dared to approach the pharaoh's sacred nose, hoping no one noticed his dual-purpose fanning. The act of swatting becomes a new layer in your daily routine. You carry your simple swatter with you, or keep it within easy reach. It's an extension of your arm, your first line of defense. It doesn't solve the fly problem, there are always more flies, but it offers a measure of control, a way to reclaim your immediate personal space, one swat at a time. There's a primal satisfaction in a successful hit, a tiny victory in an ongoing war. You watch a child, perhaps imitating an adult, waving a small branch with a few leaves on it, giggling as they try to hit a buzzing fly. The instinct to arm oneself against this nuisance starts young. It's a shared human experience, this desire to fight back against the small things that irritate us. The development of the fly swatter, however simple, represents a shift in mindset. It's moving from endurance and passive repulsion to active engagement. It's an acknowledgement that the flies are not just going to go away on their own, and that sometimes you have to take matters into your own hands, or into your swatter-equipped hands, as it were. It's a small piece of technology, but it speaks volumes about the daily struggles and the resourcefulness of the people who lived in this ancient, buzzing land. And as you wield your own crudely fashioned swatter, you feel a connection to those long-ago Egyptians, united by the common enemy and the simple, satisfying thwack of a well-aimed blow. The flies may have the numbers, but now you have the technology, however basic, on your side. Your newfound empowerment with the rudimentary fly swatter gives you a small sense of control over your immediate personal space. But as you broaden your gaze, you quickly realize that the fly problem isn't just a human one. The livestock, the beasts of burden that are so crucial to the ancient Egyptian agricultural economy and daily life, are suffering just as much, if not more, than their human counterparts. You witness the constant torment of cattle, oxen, donkeys, and other domesticated animals, plagued relentlessly by swarms of biting and nuisance flies, and the empathy is immediate. If you find it maddening, imagine being unable to even craft a simple swatter. You observe a team of oxen patiently tilling a field, their massive bodies straining against the wooden plow. The sun beats down, and sweat glistens on their hides. And all around them, a cloud of flies dances, settles, and bites. These aren't just the annoying houseflies that congregate around your face. Many of these are likely stable flies or other biting species, equipped with piercing mouth parts designed to draw blood. You see the oxen constantly twitching their skin, their ears flicking, their tails swishing in a largely futile attempt to dislodge their tormentors. The effort is ceaseless, a constant expenditure of energy that could otherwise go into their work. A donkey, laden with sacks of grain, stands tethered in the shade, but the shade offers little protection. Flies cluster around its eyes, its muzzle, and any open sores or scratches on its hide. The donkey shakes its head violently from side to side, stamps its feet, and its tail is a blur of motion. Yet, for every fly dislodged, another two seem to take its place. The animal's distress is palpable. You can almost hear its frustrated sigh. Honestly, can a hard-working donkey not get a moment's peace around here? These six-legged vampires are driving me to distraction. Cows, essential for milk and eventually meat, fare no better. Especially when they are confined in pens or being milked, they are easy targets. You see a herdsman trying to milk a restless cow, his own attention divided between his task and trying to brush away the flies from both himself and the animal. The cow's skin ripples and twitches continuously. Its tail, a natural fly whisk, is in constant motion, sometimes inadvertently swatting the milker as well as the flies. It's a scene of mutual irritation, all orchestrated by the relentless insects. One mainstream historical fact is that fly infestations in livestock can have significant economic consequences. Biting flies cause stress, blood loss, and can reduce milk yield in cattle and interfere with weight gain. They can also transmit diseases between animals. While ancient Egyptians wouldn't have understood the precise veterinary science, they would have certainly observed the impact. Restless, agitated animals are less productive and more difficult to manage. A cow constantly fighting off flies is a cow not peacefully grazing or producing milk to its full potential. You wonder what, if anything, was done to alleviate the suffering of these valuable animals. Did farmers try to create smoky fires near animal enclosures? It's plausible, as smoke is a known deterrent. Perhaps they applied certain substances to the animals' hides, mud, for instance. A coating of mud, while messy, might offer a temporary physical barrier against biting flies and also soothe existing bites. You can imagine a farmer sympathetically slathering cool Nile mud onto the back of his favorite ox, a gesture of care in the face of a shared enemy. There you go, Bessie old girl. That'll keep those bloodsuckers off you for a bit. Now, try not to roll in the nice clean straw. Historians still argue about the extent and sophistication of ancient Egyptian veterinary practices concerning ectoparasites like flies on livestock. While some medical papyri, like the Kahan veterinary papyrus, deal with diseases of cattle, specific, widely adopted treatments for fly control are not always clearly detailed. It's likely that much of the knowledge was practical and passed down through generations of farmers and herdsmen, rather than being formally codified. You see birds, like cattle egrets, often accompanying grazing animals. These birds feed on the insects stirred up by the livestock and sometimes even pick insects directly off the animals' backs. This is a form of natural pest control, a symbiotic relationship where the egret gets a meal and the cow gets some relief. Did ancient Egyptians actively encourage the presence of these birds around their herds? It seems likely they would have recognized the benefit. Look, more of those white birds. Good. Let them eat their fill of these accursed flies. A quirky or fringe tidbit could be to consider if certain superstitions or folk beliefs arose around fly-tormented animals. For example, if a particular cow was unusually agitated by flies, was it sometimes thought to be cursed or targeted by a malevolent spirit, rather than simply being more attractive to insects or having thinner skin? Or perhaps a particularly effective fly-swishing tail on a donkey was considered a sign of good luck or a superior animal. That donkey, Nebnefer, has a tail like a royal fly whisk. Not a fly dares land on him. Worth his weight in dates, that one. The vulnerability of young animals is especially apparent. Calves, foals, and kids, with their tender skin and less developed defenses, are prime targets. Their mothers try to protect them, nudging them, shielding them with their own bodies, but it's an endless battle. The constant irritation can weaken young animals, making them more susceptible to other illnesses. The sheer number of flies that can congregate on a single animal is astounding. In particularly bad areas, an animal might appear to be covered in a shimmering, moving cloak of insects. It's a deeply unpleasant sight, and one that underscores the pervasiveness of the fly problem. It's not just a human inconvenience, it's an animal welfare issue, even if not framed in those modern terms. The ancient Egyptians depended heavily on their livestock. The health and productivity of these animals were directly linked to the prosperity of the community. Therefore, the torment inflicted by flies was not just a matter of compassion, but also of practical concern. You observe a group of goats huddled together, their bodies pressed close, perhaps in an instinctual attempt to offer fewer exposed flanks to their attackers. It's a small, sad testament to their ongoing struggle. Your simple swatter, so effective for your own personal space, seems woefully inadequate when faced with the scale of suffering you see in the animal pens. The problem is environmental, deeply embedded in the climate and the way of life, and the solutions, if any, are far more complex than a single, well-aimed thwack. The buzzing here is not just an annoyance. It's the sound of a constant, wearying battle for creatures who have no words to express their misery, only the twitching of skin and the swishing of tails. Your experiences with the ever-present flies on your food, on your face, tormenting the animals, naturally lead you to wonder how these creatures were perceived and represented in the rich visual culture of ancient Egypt. You've seen gods depicted as falcons, jackals, and crocodiles. You know the scarab beetle holds profound symbolic weight. So, where does the humble, or rather, the profoundly irritating, fly appear in the grand tapestry of Egyptian art and hieroglyphs? Does its constant presence translate into frequent artistic depiction, or is it largely ignored as too mundane, too base for the sacred and monumental art that has survived? You begin to pay closer attention to the carvings on temple walls, the paintings in tombs, or replicas and images of them if you're not currently spelunking, and the decorations on everyday objects. And you do find them, flies, not as central figures, not usually imbued with the majesty of Horus or the serenity of Osiris, but they're, nonetheless, often rendered with a surprising degree of accuracy. The hieroglyph for fly, often transliterated as FF or EFF, is a neat, clear depiction of the insect, its wings, legs, and body easily recognizable. This itself is a testament to their familiarity. You need a clear and distinct sign for something that is a common part of your vocabulary and world. One mainstream historical fact is that the fly hieroglyph appears in various texts and inscriptions. Sometimes it's used simply to write the word fly. In other contexts, its meaning can be more nuanced. For example, given the sheer number of flies, the hieroglyph could sometimes be used in a collective sense to denote a swarm or a multitude of something, though this is less common than its literal meaning. Its presence in the written language confirms its undeniable reality in the Egyptian world. They didn't just swat them, they wrote about them. But what about their depiction in art beyond the hieroglyphic script? You might find them in scenes of daily life, if such scenes are detailed enough. For instance, in a depiction of a marsh hunt, amidst the papyrus reeds, birds, and fish, an observant artist might include a few flies buzzing around, adding a touch of realism to the scene. They are part of the natural environment, after all. In scenes of food preparation or banquets, while the focus is on the abundance and the people, a keen eye might spot a tiny, almost insignificant fly hovering near a dish of fruit or a joint of meat. It's like an ancient Egyptian version of "Where's Waldo?" But instead, you're searching for "Spot the sarcastic fly." Yes, lovely feast, but you missed a spot with the fly whisk, didn't you? The tiny painted fly seems to jeer. However, it's important to note that Egyptian art was often highly symbolic and idealized. The primary purpose of tomb paintings, for example, was to ensure the deceased's successful transition to the afterlife and to provide them with all necessary provisions and experiences for eternity. In this context, depicting an overwhelming swarm of annoying flies might not have been considered conducive to a peaceful and prosperous afterlife. You wouldn't want to spend eternity swatting at imaginary insects. So, while flies might appear as minor details, They rarely take center stage as a problem to be solved or an affliction to be endured in these idealized eternal settings. That would be like carving your tax forms onto your tomb wall. A bit too much reality for the desired atmosphere of eternal bliss. The exception, as you've already pondered, is the intriguing Order of the Golden Fly. These aren't just depictions. These are actual objects, golden amulets or pendants in the shape of a fly, awarded for military valor. Here, the fly is elevated, celebrated. Finding one of these golden flies, or a depiction of an official wearing them, is a stark contrast to the usual perception of the insect. It forces you to acknowledge that the Egyptians could see beyond the nuisance value and recognize a certain admirable quality, persistence, even in their most common pest. It's a fascinating psychological insight, the ability to transform a symbol of irritation into a symbol of honor. Historians still argue about the full range of symbolic meanings the fly might have held in different contexts or at different times in Egyptian history. Beyond the military award and its literal representation, were there other, more subtle connotations, given their association with decay and death as they are drawn to carrion? Did they sometimes feature in funerary texts or spells related to transformation or the less savory aspects of the decomposition process before rebirth? It's a less palatable thought, but the Egyptians were unflinching in their observations of nature's cycles. You might also encounter flies in a more negative context in some medical papyri, not as illustrations, but as recognized agents in the spread of certain afflictions or as pests that could infest wounds. Here, their depiction is through words, describing the problems they cause, rather than through images. This reinforces their status as a known nuisance and a potential health hazard. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Some scholars have playfully suggested that in certain highly detailed tomb scenes depicting agricultural work or outdoor activities, the artists might have included an almost invisible fly landing on the nose of a less popular overseer or a rival official, a tiny, subtle act of artistic revenge or a private joke. Enjoy eternity with that fly on your face, you pompous jerk. It's pure speculation, of course, but it's amusing to imagine these ancient artists, with their incredible skill, having a bit of fun at the expense of their subjects, using the common fly as their tiny, buzzing weapon of satire. So, the fly's presence in Egyptian art and hieroglyphs is a mixed bag. It's there undeniably. It has its own written character. It can be a symbol of military tenacity, but it doesn't enjoy the widespread, positive, or prominent representation of many other animals. It remains, for the most part, what it was in real life, a common, often unwelcome part of the background. Its artistic appearances often seem to mirror its actual role, peripheral, sometimes annoying, but an undeniable feature of the landscape. It's not a god, nor a monster, just a fly. And perhaps that's the most realistic depiction of all. The artists painted what they knew, and they certainly knew flies. Their brushes and chisels couldn't completely ignore a creature that so persistently made its presence felt, even if they preferred to focus on grander themes. The constant, irritating presence of flies, their association with decay, and their ability to seemingly appear from nowhere in vast numbers might lead your ancient Egyptian mind down a darker, more superstitious path. Beyond the realm of gods and divine symbolism, or the straightforward understanding of them as pests, you start to wonder, could these buzzing invaders sometimes be more than they appear? Could they be demons on wings, tiny malevolent spirits sent to torment the living, or harbingers of something sinister? The ancient Egyptian world was populated not just by benevolent gods, but also by a host of lesser spirits, demons, and supernatural entities that could influence human affairs for good or ill. These beings were often associated with specific places, phenomena, or afflictions. Disease, misfortune, and even simple daily annoyances could be attributed to their unseen actions. In a world where the lines between the natural and supernatural were often blurred, it's not a huge leap to imagine that a particularly persistent or overwhelming swarm of flies might be interpreted as something more than just a natural occurrence. Imagine a scenario. A household is struck by sudden illness. Simultaneously, there's an unusual surge in the fly population within that home. To a mind steeped in beliefs of magic and unseen forces, the connection would be almost inevitable. The flies wouldn't just be opportunistic insects drawn to sickness. They could be seen as the agents of that sickness, or at least as visible manifestations of the demonic influence causing the illness. The house is filled with the buzzing of 1,000 tiny demons. Someone might exclaim, their fear palpable. We have angered a spirit, and it has sent its foul minions to plague us. This ties into the broader ancient Egyptian understanding of disease. While they had skilled physicians who practiced empirical medicine, many illnesses were also attributed to supernatural causes, the wrath of a god, the curse of an enemy, or the malevolence of a demon. Exorcisms, magical spells, and amulets were common tools in the fight against such afflictions. If flies were seen as the physical manifestation of such a demonic attack, then efforts to get rid of the flies might be intertwined with rituals aimed at banishing the underlying evil spirit. You might see someone not just swatting, but also muttering incantations, trying to drive away both the physical insect and its supposed spiritual master. One mainstream historical fact is that ancient Egyptian magical texts, such as the Book of the Dead or various amuletic decrees, contain numerous spells for protection against demons and malevolent forces. While specific anti-fly demon spells might not be explicitly common, the general framework for dealing with unwanted supernatural entities was well established. If flies were perceived as such entities in a particular context, these existing magical defenses would likely be employed. You ponder the nature of these supposed fly demons. Were they thought to be specific, named entities in the demonic pantheon? Or was it more of a general association that any small, annoying, winged creature could, under certain circumstances, be a vehicle for demonic will? The latter seems more plausible for everyday occurrences. A lone fly is an annoyance, a sudden, inexplicable cloud of them buzzing with unusual aggression around a sick person or a sacred space. That's when the alarm bells of superstition might start ringing. Historians still argue about the extent to which common pests like flies were consistently integrated into formal demonology versus being seen as occasional, circumstantial tools of darker forces. Was there a specific demon known as Baal-zebub, Lord of the Flies? A concept more familiar from other Near Eastern cultures that later influenced biblical demonology? Or was the Egyptian understanding more fluid and less personified when it came to insectal manifestations of evil? The lines could be blurry. Think about the places flies congregate. Refuse heaps, decaying matter, corpses. These are also places often associated with negative energies or spirits of the dead in many belief systems. The flies, by their very nature, bridge the world of the living and the world of decay. This association could easily lend them a sinister aura in a superstitious mindset. They are messengers from the charnel house, tiny reminders of mortality and corruption. They feast on death, and then they land on our bread. Surely, they carry the taint of the underworld with them, a quirky or fringe tidbit. Consider the concept of shapeshifting. Many ancient cultures believed that spirits or magicians could take on animal forms. While grander animals like lions or snakes might be more common choices for a powerful demon, what about a swarm of nearly invisible, pervasive spies? Could a malevolent sorcerer dispatch his consciousness, or minor servant spirits, in the form of flies to observe, to listen, or to subtly torment his enemies? I knew my rival was up to no good. I saw a fly hovering near his window, and it had shifty eyes. It's a bit fanciful, perhaps, but in a world where magic was real, such ideas might not seem so far-fetched. The psychological impact of seeing flies as potential demonic agents would be significant. It transforms a simple nuisance into a source of spiritual anxiety. Every buzz could be a whisper from the netherworld. Every landing could be the touch of something unclean. This would add another layer of urgency to the desire to be rid of them, moving beyond mere comfort to a kind of spiritual hygiene. You might see someone making a specific gesture of warding, or perhaps touching an amulet, when a fly becomes particularly bothersome or behaves in an unusual way. These small, almost unconscious actions would be the outward signs of an inner belief system where even the smallest creatures could be imbued with supernatural significance. It's not just about the itch anymore. It's about protecting your soul from tiny, winged intruders who might be more than they seem. The fly, then, could occupy a strange space in the Egyptian psyche. A mundane pest most of the time, but with the potential under the right or wrong circumstances, to become a tiny, buzzing horror, a foot soldier in the army of darkness. This duality, the ordinary and the potentially ominous, would make the relationship with flies even more complex. You swat it, yes, but a small part of you might wonder, just for a second, what else you are swatting. Your growing understanding of the fly as a constant companion, a culinary competitor, and a potential tiny demon now leads you to a more practical, and perhaps more alarming consideration: sickness. The ancient Egyptians, for all their monumental achievements and sophisticated culture, were no strangers to disease. And in a world teeming with flies, it's inevitable that you or they would start to draw connections, however incompletely understood, between these insects and the ailments that plagued them. You begin to explore what their medical texts and healers might have known or suspected about flies as vectors of illness. You imagine yourself in the vicinity of a SW&W, pronounced Sunoo, an ancient Egyptian physician. These healers possessed a remarkable body of medical knowledge for their time, documented in texts like the Ebers Papyrus and the Edwin Smith Papyrus. These documents list diagnoses, prognoses, and treatments for a wide range of conditions, from broken bones to intestinal complaints. While the germ theory of disease was millennia away, these physicians were keen observers. They would have noticed patterns, correlations between environmental factors and illness, even if they couldn't explain the underlying mechanisms in modern scientific terms. One mainstream historical fact is that ancient Egyptian medical papyri do mention afflictions that we can now recognize as being transmissible by flies, such as various forms of dysentery, disease, often involving bloody discharge, trachoma, a severe eye infection leading to blindness, and skin infections. While the texts might attribute the ultimate cause to a deity, a demon, or an imbalance of bodily humors, like WHDW, a sort of internal poison or corruption, they also describe the symptoms and contexts in which these diseases occurred, contexts often rife with flies. Consider a patient with a festering wound. In an environment saturated with flies, those insects would be irresistibly drawn to the injury. They would land, feed, and potentially lay eggs. An Egyptian physician treating such a wound would undoubtedly observe the presence of flies and maggots. While they might not have understood that the flies were depositing bacteria, they would certainly associate the insects with putrefaction and a worsening of the condition. The papyri contain recipes for wound dressings and ointments. Some of these, perhaps using honey, which has antimicrobial properties, or certain resins, might have inadvertently helped to create a barrier against flies or inhibit bacterial growth. You can picture a healer meticulously cleaning a wound, his brow furrowed in concentration, while an assistant waves a palm frond to keep the ever-present flies at bay. The connection between the insects and the corruption of flesh would be visually undeniable. This wound festers where the flies have touched it. The SW&W might observe to his apprentice, "We must keep them away if the patient is to heal." The treatment might then involve not just medicine for the wound, but also advice on keeping the patient's environment as clean as possible, which would naturally reduce fly numbers, even if that wasn't the explicitly stated primary goal. Eye diseases were rampant in ancient Egypt, partly due to the sun, sand, and dust, but also significantly exacerbated by flies. Trachoma, caused by the bacterium Chlamydia trachomatis, is spread by direct contact and by flies that have been in contact with the eyes of an infected person. The image of children with flies clustered around their eyes is a tragically common one in depictions of regions where trachoma is or was endemic. Ancient Egyptian texts describe treatments for various eye ailments, often involving the application of coal or mineral-based powders. Historians still argue whether the primary benefit of some of these treatments was medicinal, or if they acted as a physical deterrent to flies, or perhaps a bit of both. The reduction of flies landing on the eyes would, in itself, reduce the transmission of infection. Then there are the intestinal complaints, the dysentery, the diarrhea. These were common and often fatal, especially for the young or vulnerable. Flies, breeding in human and animal waste and then landing on food, are prime vectors for the bacteria and parasites that cause these illnesses. An Egyptian physician might not have been able to see a Shigella bacterium, but they would see the flies moving from the latrine pit to the kitchen. They would observe that outbreaks of intestinal sickness often coincided with periods of high fly activity or poor sanitation. The advice given might be to protect food, to dispose of waste carefully, or to use specific herbs in cooking, some of which might have had mild antiseptic qualities or aided digestion, even if the direct fly food illness link wasn't fully articulated in a scientific sense. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Some medical spells or incantations aimed at curing disease might have included lines that specifically curse or banish flies along with the name demon or illness. Imagine a healer chanting, "Begone, demon of the belly flux, and take your buzzing, six-legged messengers of misery with you." It's a way of acknowledging the fly's association with the sickness, even if their precise role as a vector isn't understood. The spell targets both the perceived supernatural cause and its visible, irritating companions. The concept of WHDW, a sort of internal pathogenic substance or principle of decay, is interesting here. Flies, associated with decay and filth, could easily be seen as carriers or instigators of WHDW entering the body. If something was rotten and fly-blown, and you consumed it or it touched a wound, it was logical to assume that the rottenness, and perhaps the fly's essence, could transfer to you. This isn't germ theory, but it's a coherent, if scientifically inaccurate, model of disease transmission where flies play a plausible role as agents of contamination. So, while the papyri might not contain a chapter titled Entomology and Epidemiology for Dummies, the observations of ancient Egyptian healers, coupled with their understanding of purity, contamination, and the forces of decay, would almost certainly have led them to view flies with deep suspicion in medical contexts. They were more than just an annoyance. They were a sign of uncleanliness, a companion to sickness, and a spoiler of wounds. The fight against disease would, by necessity, involve a fight against the fly, even if the weapons were primarily cleanliness, rudimentary barriers, and perhaps a few well-chosen herbs or resins, alongside the ever-present sweat. The connection was there, written not in textbooks of microbiology, but in the daily, painful experience of illness in a fly-filled world. The observations made by ancient Egyptian healers, as recorded in their medical papyri, hint at a growing awareness of the link between flies and certain ailments. But for the average person, living daily with both the insects and the recurrent specter of sickness, the connection might be felt more instinctively, more viscerally, even if it couldn't be articulated in precise medical terms. You, immersed in this world, start to connect the dots in a more personal way, moving from the physician's theoretical framework to the lived reality of unexplained fevers and debilitating dysentery, and the ever-present buzz that seems to accompany them. You witness a neighbor fall ill. One day they are working in the fields, swatting flies with the same weary resignation as everyone else. The next, they are struck down by a burning fever, their body racked with chills and aches. There's no obvious injury, no clear cause for this sudden affliction. But as you visit their darkened, stuffy hut, offering what little comfort you can't help but notice the flies. They seem more numerous here, drawn by the heat of the fevered body, by the sweat, perhaps by the very scent of sickness. They land on the sick person's face, on their lips, on the cloth used to wipe their brow. It's a grim tableau, and the buzzing of the insects sounds almost like a mocking commentary on human frailty. Or consider an outbreak of intestinal illness sweeping through a part of the village. Several families are affected. Children are especially vulnerable, their small bodies quickly weakened by vomiting and diarrhea. Panic and fear ripple through the community. People might turn to the gods, making offerings, reciting prayers. They might consult the local SWNW or a wise woman known for her herbal remedies. But as you walk through the affected area, you see the common denominators. The same flies that crawl over the refuse heaps and the animal dung are also crawling over the food being prepared, landing on the rims of water pots and settling on the faces of the sick. You don't need a microscope to feel a profound sense of unease, a dawning, intuitive understanding that these insects are somehow involved in the chain of misery. One mainstream historical fact is that diseases like bacillary dysentery and various gastrointestinal infections were major causes of mortality in ancient Egypt, particularly among infants and young children. The lack of sanitation, contaminated water sources, and the abundance of flies created a perfect storm for the spread of such diseases. While the Egyptians attributed many illnesses to supernatural causes, the practical observation of environmental factors surely played a role in their attempts to mitigate them. You might not know the word pathogen. You certainly don't understand germ theory, but you have eyes. You see a fly land on a fresh pile of donkey dung, meticulously cleaning its legs. A few moments later, you see what looks like the very same fly land on a piece of bread left unattended on a mat. The visual connection is undeniable. It doesn't require advanced science to suspect that something from the dung might have been transferred to the bread. And if that bread is then eaten, the unseen sickness isn't entirely unseen. Its potential messengers are buzzing all around you. This intuitive linking of flies to illness would likely lead to certain folk practices aimed at prevention, even if these practices weren't formally codified in medical texts. For example, a mother might be extra vigilant about covering food if there's sickness in the house, not because she understands bacteriology, but because she has a gut feeling that the flies are making things worse. She might try harder to keep the sick person clean, to shoo away the insects from their body, driven by a primal instinct to protect her loved one from these perceived agents of disease. "Don't let those cursed flies near him," she might cry, her voice a mixture of fear and frustration. Historians still argue about how clearly the cause and effect relationship between flies and specific diseases like dysentery or trachoma was understood by the general populace, as opposed to the more learned physicians. Was it a vague suspicion, a general sense that flies were unlucky or unclean in the context of illness? Or was there a more direct, if unscientific, belief that flies actively carried the sickness from one person to another, or from filth to food? The latter seems plausible based on simple observation. You might overhear conversations, hushed and worried, among the villagers. "Old man Hemika's fever is worse today. His hut is swarming with flies." Or, "The children in the next hamlet are all suffering from the bowel sickness. They say the flies there are like a plague." These are not scientific diagnoses, but they reflect an association, a folk epidemiology born of shared experience. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could certain amulets or charms, perhaps those depicting creatures known to prey on flies, like frogs or lizards, though more commonly associated with fertility or other powers, have been used with the secondary hope of magically reducing fly populations around a sick person, thereby lessening the evil influence? Wear this frog amulet, little one. May it magically devour the fly demons that bring this fever. It's speculative, but aligns with the apotropaic, evil-averting, principles of Egyptian magic. The sheer helplessness in the face of these unexplained illnesses would be terrifying. With no antibiotics, no understanding of rehydration therapy for diarrheal diseases beyond simple barley water or fruit juices, mortality rates were high. The flies, in this context, become more than just an annoyance. They become symbols of the ever-present threat of sickness and death, tiny, buzzing memento mori. Their persistence in the presence of disease would make them seem like ghoulish attendants, waiting for the inevitable. This dawning, intuitive connection between flies and sickness adds another layer to the daily struggle. It's not just about comfort or disgust anymore. It's about health, about survival. The effort to keep flies away from food, from wounds, from the sick, takes on a new urgency. Your swatter is no longer just a tool for alleviating irritation. It's a weapon, however inadequate, in the fight against an unseen enemy whose visible minions are everywhere. The unseen sickness has very visible, very audible advanced scouts, and their constant hum is a reminder of the precariousness of health in a world not yet armed with the knowledge to truly combat them. Your observations of the ancient Egyptian world, with its ever-present fly population, inevitably draw your attention to the most vulnerable members of the community, the children. Infants and young children, with their less developed immune systems, their often sticky hands and faces, and their tendency to play in and among the less sanitary parts of any environment, become natural, almost irresistible targets for flies. You witness firsthand how childhood in ancient Egypt is a period uniquely intertwined with the constant buzz and tickle of these insects. You see a toddler sitting in the dust near a doorway, happily munching on a piece of figure. The sweet, sticky juice dribbles down their chin, creating an immediate fly attractant. Within moments, several flies have gathered, exploring the sugary residue around the child's mouth and on their fingers. The child, engrossed in their treat, barely seems to notice, occasionally giving a languid, ineffective swipe. Their tolerance, or perhaps their resignation, is striking to your modern eyes. You want to rush over with a wet cloth and a fly swatter, but you realize this is just a normal scene here. Infants lying swaddled on a mat or in a simple basket are equally beset. Flies are drawn to the moisture around their eyes, the corners of their mouths, and any dampness from drool or spit up. A mother might gently fan her baby with a piece of cloth or a palm leaf, trying to keep the insects away, but it's a constant vigil. If her attention is diverted for even a moment, the flies will seize the opportunity. You can imagine the frustration of a new mother, trying to soothe a fretful baby while simultaneously battling a cloud of persistent flies. Oh, for a moment's peace for my little lotus blossom, away from these buzzing pests. One mainstream historical fact is that infant and child mortality rates in ancient Egypt were tragically high. While many factors contributed to this, including infectious diseases, nutritional deficiencies, and complications of childbirth, the role of flies in transmitting pathogens that cause diarrheal diseases and eye infections undoubtedly played a significant part. Diseases like gastroenteritis, which can be quickly fatal in infants due to dehydration, are readily spread by flies moving from feces to food or directly to a child's mouth or hands. As children grow and become more mobile, their exposure doesn't necessarily lessen. They play in the courtyards where animals are kept, their bare feet treading on ground that is likely contaminated with animal droppings. They play near the refuse heaps, their curiosity drawing them to discarded objects. They might handle food with unwashed hands, transferring fly-borne contaminants directly to their mouths. Their world is a tactile one, and hygiene, as we understand it, is a luxury they often don't have. They are, in essence, mobile fly attractors, moving through the village and collecting a retinue of buzzing followers. You watch a group of slightly older children playing a game with pebbles or sticks in a dusty alleyway. Their faces are streaked with dirt and sweat, and flies persistently buzz around their heads. They laugh and shout, seemingly oblivious to the insects, or at least so accustomed to them that they are no longer a major distraction. This early and constant exposure likely contributes to the spread of eye infections like trachoma. A fly lands on the infected eye of one child, picks up the bacteria, and then lands on the eye of another child. It's a brutally efficient transmission system. Historians still argue about the specific child-rearing practices that might have inadvertently increased or decreased fly-related health risks. For example, was the common practice of swaddling infants partly a way to protect them from insects, or was it primarily for warmth and security? Did certain weaning foods, often soft and easily contaminated, pose a higher risk? The details are debated, but the overall picture is clear. Childhood was a perilous time, and flies were an unwelcome part of that peril. You might see a mother carefully wiping her child's face with a damp cloth, a small act of care that, in this context, is also an act of disease prevention. She might apply kohl around her child's eyes, not just for tradition or beauty, but with the hope that it will offer some protection from the sun's glare and perhaps from the flies as well. These small gestures are poignant, a testament to parental love and concern in a challenging environment. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could some of the simple toys that ancient Egyptian children played with, perhaps a small spinning whirligig or a toy animal on a string, have also served as makeshift, if unintentional, fly dispersers? A child waving a toy around might inadvertently create enough air movement to discourage flies from settling on them, at least for a moment. Look, Ma, my little wooden hippo scares the flies away. Mostly. It's a whimsical thought, but it highlights how even play could intersect with the constant presence of these insects. The sound of children's laughter mixed with the persistent hum of flies becomes a familiar auditory landscape. It's a bittersweet symphony, the joy of youth set against a backdrop of potential danger. You see the resilience of these children, their ability to find joy and engage in play despite the less-than-ideal conditions. But you also see the risks they face, the invisible threats carried on the tiny legs of the insects that share their world so intimately. The image of a child's innocent face, with flies crawling near their eyes or mouth, is a powerful and disturbing one. It encapsulates the vulnerability, the lack of understanding of the danger, and the sheer pervasiveness of the problem. It's a world away from modern, sanitized childhoods. Here, the swarm is a part of growing up, a daily interaction from the earliest age. And for too many, that interaction would have serious, even fatal consequences. The flies are not just stealing food. They are, in a very real sense, stealing health and sometimes life from the youngest and most defenseless. You might imagine that the pinnacle of ancient Egyptian society, the opulent world of the pharaoh and the royal court, would be an oasis of pristine, fly-free perfection. Surely, in the gilded halls of palaces, surrounded by servants and luxury, the common housefly would not dare to intrude. But as you delve deeper into the realities of ancient life, even at its most exalted levels, you begin to realize that wealth and power, while offering many comforts, did not grant complete immunity from this most democratic of pests. Even Pharaoh, son of Ra, likely had his own unwelcome, buzzing courtiers. Consider the royal palace. It would have been a sprawling complex, much larger and more elaborately decorated than the mud brick dwellings of the common folk. There would be grand reception halls, private apartments, kitchens, workshops, and extensive gardens. While construction materials might include more stone, fine woods, and painted plaster, many of the same environmental factors that encouraged flies in the village would still be present, albeit perhaps on a more refined scale. Food preparation for the royal household would be a massive undertaking. Vast quantities of bread, beer, meat, fowl, fish, fruits, and vegetables would be processed daily. The royal kitchens, though likely cleaner and better organized than a commoner's hearth, would still produce enticing aromas and organic waste. The sheer volume of food, from its delivery and storage to its preparation and eventual consumption at lavish banquets, created countless opportunities for flies to investigate. Imagine the royal chefs, under immense pressure to produce perfect meals for the divine ruler, also having to wage a constant battle against flies, attempting to sample the sacred souffle or take a dip in the pharaonic fruit compote. Guard that roasted duck with your life. No fly shall profane the pharaoh's poultry. Banquets and feasts were a staple of courtly life. Tables laden with delicacies, wine flowing freely, music, and dancers. It's a scene of opulence. But with open dishes of food, especially sweet items or roasted meats, the flies would inevitably be drawn to the party. While attendants with large, feathered fans, the ceremonial fly whisks you've noted, would be present. Their primary role was to cool the important guests and to signify status. While they undoubtedly deterred some flies, could they truly create an impenetrable barrier against a determined swarm drawn by the scent of 1,000 delicious dishes? It's likely that even at the pharaoh's table, a discreet swat or a well-aimed wave of a bejeweled hand was occasionally necessary. One mainstream historical fact is that Egyptian palaces, like any large ancient settlement, were not hermetically sealed environments. They had courtyards open to the sky, windows, perhaps with decorative grills but not insect screens, and numerous doorways. Servants, officials, and supplicants would be constantly coming and going, creating opportunities for flies to enter. The royal gardens, while beautiful, would also harbor insects. Stables for the royal chariots and horses would be nearby, another source of flies. Complete isolation from the insect world was simply not feasible. You can picture a scene. Pharaoh seated on his throne, receiving dignitaries or dispensing justice. He maintains an aura of divine impassivity. But even he might feel the tickle of a fly landing on his elaborate headdress or near his kohl-lined eye. Would he deign to swat it himself? Unlikely. That task would fall to a trusted attendant, perhaps the official royal fly swatter-in-chief, whose sole, crucial duty was to maintain the pharaoh's personal airspace free of buzzing interlopers, a task requiring immense discretion and a very steady hand. Pest user care, there's one on the left uraeus. Take it out, but make it look like you're adjusting his collar. Historians still argue about the precise level of pest control achievable in royal palaces. While they undoubtedly had more resources for cleanliness and perhaps employed more people in sanitation efforts, the fundamental challenges of a warm climate, organic waste, and non-insect-proof architecture remain. Did they have dedicated teams for fly patrols? Were specific aromatic herbs and incenses burned in greater quantities in royal chambers specifically for their repellent qualities? It's plausible, but detailed records on such mundane, if important, aspects of palace life are scarce. Even the process of mummification, so vital for the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife, was a battle against decay and, by extension, flies. The royal embalmers, working for 70 days to preserve the ruler's body, would have been acutely aware of the need to protect the sacred corpse from insect desecration. This highlights that even in death, the fly was a concern for royalty. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could the elaborate headdresses and regalia of the pharaoh and high officials have inadvertently offered more landing spots or hiding places for flies? Imagine a fly getting tangled in a pharaoh's Nemes headcloth or taking a brief rest on the crook or flail. It's an almost sacrilegious image, but insects are no respecters of status. Or perhaps the constant, subtle movement of such regalia, the shimmer of gold and inlaid stones, acted as a mild deterrent. That crown is far too shiny and wiggly for a comfortable landing. A discerning fly might conclude. The presence of flies, even in the most exalted settings, serves as a great equalizer. It's a reminder that for all their power and divinity, the pharaoh and his court were still part of the natural world, subject to its smaller annoyances and challenges. The fly doesn't care if you're a god king or a humble farmer. If you're warm, a little bit sweaty, or happen to be near something edible, you're fair game. So, while the royal experience of flies might have been mitigated by servants and a generally cleaner environment, it's unlikely to have been an entirely fly-free existence. The buzzing pest was a persistent reality across all strata of ancient Egyptian society. A tiny, winged reminder that some aspects of life are universal, regardless of one's station. Pharaoh might have had a golden fly swatter, but he still needed one. Leaving the imagined and likely still somewhat fly-speckled opulence of the royal palace, your focus shifts to the other end of the social spectrum, to the vast numbers of individuals whose labor formed the very bedrock of ancient Egyptian civilization, the workers. Farmers in the fields, laborers on monumental construction projects like pyramids and temples, boatmen on the Nile, craftsmen in their dusty workshops. For these men and women, toiling under the blazing Egyptian sun, the fly was not just an occasional nuisance but an overwhelming, ever-present tormentor, a constant companion to their sweat and toil. Imagine yourself among a crew of workers hauling massive stone blocks for a new temple. The sun is relentless, baking the desert sand and reflecting harshly off the pale limestone. Dust, fine and choking, fills the air with every movement, with every crack of the overseer's whip. Though the extent of whip use is debated, the labor was undeniably harsh. Sweat pours from your body, plastering your thin linen kilt to your skin. And with the sweat, the dust, and the sheer physical exertion comes the onslaught of flies. They are drawn to the moisture on your skin, the salt in your sweat, the warmth of your laboring body. They swarm around your face, crawl into your eyes, your ears, your nose. Waving them away is a constant, energy-sapping distraction from the already grueling work. Or picture yourself in the agricultural fields alongside the Nile. The work is backbreaking, plowing the rich, dark earth, sowing seeds, and later, harvesting the grain under the same unforgiving sun. The fertile soil, the irrigation canals, the presence of draft animals, all contribute to a thriving fly population. As you bend to cut sheaves of wheat with a simple sickle, flies buzz around your head, landing on your sweaty neck and arms. The chaff and dust from the grain stick to your moist skin, creating an even more attractive environment for them. There's no escape, no respite. Your fly swatter, if you have one, is a poor defense against such numbers when your hands are occupied with tools and tasks. One mainstream historical fact is that large-scale labor projects in ancient Egypt, such as the building of the Giza pyramids, involved thousands of workers who lived in organized villages like the one discovered at Giza. While these workers were not slaves in the traditional sense, they were often conscripted laborers, paid in rations. Their living and working conditions would have been basic, and issues like sanitation and pest control would have been significant challenges. The sheer concentration of people and animals, along with the storage of food and the accumulation of waste, would have made these work camps fly havens. The overseers, tasked with keeping the work on schedule, would likely have little sympathy for complaints about flies. Flies? You're worried about flies? There's a 2-ton block of granite that needs to be moved. Get back to work, you lazy buzzards. No offense to the actual buzzards, or the flies. For that matter, productivity was paramount, and the comfort of individual laborers was a secondary concern, if a concern at all. Yet, the constant harassment from flies must have had an impact on efficiency. A worker distracted by swatting or suffering from fly-borne eye infections or dysentery is not a worker at peak performance. Consider the boatmen poling their barges laden with goods up and down the Nile. The river itself, as you know, is a source of flies. Out on the water, exposed to the sun, handling cargo that might include anything from grain, attracting one type of fly, to dried fish, attracting another, they would be constantly besieged. Their work required strength and concentration, both of which would be eroded by the ceaseless aerial assault. You can almost hear their muttered curses carried on the breeze, directed not at the currents or the heat, but at the tiny, winged tyrants that gave them no peace. Craftsmen in their workshops, potters, weavers, carpenters, stonemasons, faced similar challenges. Their work often required precision and focus. A potter trying to shape a delicate vessel on the wheel needs steady hands, not hands constantly flicking away flies. A weaver meticulously working at a loom, counting threads, cannot afford the distraction of insects landing on her face or in her eyes. They might burn smoky fires or use aromatic herbs, as you've seen, but in a busy, open-air workshop environment, these measures might offer only limited protection. Historians still argue about the daily calorie intake and general health conditions of these laborers. While rations of bread, beer, and vegetables were provided, the physical demands of the work were immense. Any additional stress, such as that caused by relentless fly attacks or the diseases they transmitted, would have further depleted their energy reserves and resilience. The workers' villages often had rudimentary medical care, but prevention of fly-borne diseases in such crowded conditions would have been nearly impossible. A quirky or fringe tidbit: were there any fly-resistant professions? Perhaps professions that involved working with substances flies actively disliked? Unlikely to be many. Maybe embalmers working with natron and strong resins experienced fewer flies directly on the job, though the nature of their work, dead bodies, would attract them to the general vicinity. Or perhaps miners, toiling in the dark, cool depths of stone quarries or turquoise mines, found some respite, though conditions there were incredibly harsh in other ways. Sure, it's dark, dangerous, and I might die of a cave-in, but hey, no flies down here. A grim trade-off. The sheer disparity in experience is striking. While Pharaoh might be mildly annoyed by a fly in his gilded hall, the laborer building that hall is engulfed in a veritable cloud of them. For the worker, the fly is not an abstract symbol of persistence or a minor detail in a grand artistic scene. It is a physical torment, a contributor to exhaustion, and a potential harbinger of sickness that could mean the loss of livelihood or even life. Their woe is a constant, itchy, buzzing reality, an integral part of the immense human effort that built one of the ancient world's most enduring civilizations. The pyramids stand as a testament to their labor, but an invisible monument of irritation could be built from the countless fly swats that accompanied their construction. Your ongoing immersion in the fly-filled world of ancient Egypt has made you intimately familiar with their annoying presence. But as you observe more closely, you begin to wonder, are all flies created equal in their capacity to torment? Or did the ancient Egyptians, with their keen observational skills honed by daily interaction, distinguish between different types of flies? Did they recognize that some were merely irritating, while others were more aggressive, more painful, or more closely associated with specific problems? You start to try and know your enemy, or at least your numerous tiny enemies. While you lack the formal training of a modern entomologist, your eyes are sharp. You notice that not all flies buzzing around you look or behave identically. There are the smaller, darker flies that seem content to hover around food or land gently on your skin, the classic nuisance flies. These are likely various species of Mysidae, perhaps including the ubiquitous housefly, Musca domestica, or its ancient relatives, and face flies, Musca autumnalis. that cluster around the eyes and noses of livestock and people. Their specialty is annoyance, crawling on skin, tickling, and generally making their presence felt in the most irritating way possible. These are the flies that explore your lunch and try to take a nap on your eyelid. Then you encounter another category, the biters. You're resting in the shade after a particularly strenuous, imagined session of hauling stones, and you feel a sharp, sudden pain on your arm, like a tiny needle prick. You look down to see a slightly larger, grayer fly, more robust in build than the common housefly. This is likely a stable fly, Stomoxys calcitrans, or a similar blood-feeding species. Unlike the house flies that just want to share your sweat or your sandwich, these ones are out for blood. Literally. Both males and females bite, and their bites are painful and irritating, often leaving behind a small, itchy welt. These are the thugs of the fly world, the ones that make animals stamp and twitch, and humans yelp and swat with real aggression. Ouch! That one wasn't just exploring, it was actively hostile. You also observe flies congregating around different things. Near decaying meat or open wounds, you might see metallic green or blue flies, blowflies, family Californidae. Their presence is a grim indicator of decomposition. While they don't typically bite humans, their association with rot and their habit of laying eggs in carrion or sometimes, tragically, in untreated wounds leading to myiasis would have marked them as particularly unclean and ominous. The sight of these shimmering, jewel-toned flies would evoke a sense of disgust and perhaps a touch of fear, given their connection to death and decay. Around stagnant water, especially in marshy areas near the Nile, you'd encounter clouds of much smaller, gnat-like flies, perhaps midges or black flies, Simulidae, some of which can also deliver irritating bites. Their sheer numbers can be overwhelming, creating a haze of tiny insects that get in your eyes, nose, and mouth. One mainstream historical fact is that ancient Egypt, with its diverse ecosystems ranging from fertile riverbanks to arid desert fringes, supported a wide variety of insect life, including numerous species of flies. While the average Egyptian wouldn't have classified them using Linnaean taxonomy, they would have certainly recognized different types based on appearance, behavior, and the specific nuisances they caused. They would have known, for example, that the big gray biters were more common around the cattle pens, while the little eye flies were a constant problem everywhere. Did they have different names for these different types of flies? It's highly probable. Just as modern languages often have distinct words for mosquito, gnat, horsefly, and housefly, ancient Egyptian likely had a more nuanced vocabulary for its six-legged tormentors than the single hieroglyph FF might suggest for fly in a general sense. Unfortunately, detailed glossaries of common insect names from that period are not readily available. We infer this differentiation from the varied ecological niches these flies occupied and the distinct problems they caused. Historians still argue whether specific fly-borne diseases were anecdotally linked to specific types of observed flies. For example, did they notice that the painful eye condition, trachoma, was more prevalent when the little face-clinging flies were abundant? Or that outbreaks of dysentery seemed to follow a surge in the common dung-loving flies? Such precise correlations might be expecting too much without a scientific framework, but general associations between certain fly behaviors, like landing on filth and then food, and subsequent illness were likely made. You try to observe their behavior more closely. The house flies seem almost lazy, opportunistic. The biting flies are more aggressive, more purposeful in their attacks. The blowflies are grimly efficient in their attraction to decay. This differentiation, even on a simple observational level, would inform how people reacted to them. A gentle wave might suffice for a housefly. A more vigorous and often vengeful swat would be reserved for a biting fly. The sight of blowflies might prompt efforts to quickly bury or dispose of whatever was attracting them. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could there have been fly lore or superstitions associated with different types of flies? Perhaps the sudden appearance of a large number of metallic green blowflies around a house was seen as a particularly bad omen, a sign of impending death or misfortune, even more so than a general increase in common houseflies. Beware the shimmering wings of the corpse eater, for they foretell sorrow. Or maybe a bite from a certain kind of fly was thought to require a specific herbal remedy or incantation, different from that used for another type of bite. This attempt to know your enemy is a natural human response. Understanding the different threats, even superficially, gives a slight sense of control or at least of predictability. It allows for slightly more targeted defenses. You might be more diligent about covering food when the food thief flies are about, or wear thicker clothing if you know you'll be working in an area known for skin-piercing flies. The diversity of the fly population in ancient Egypt meant a diversity of annoyances and dangers. It wasn't a monolithic problem. It was a multifaceted one. Each type of fly presented its own unique challenge, from the psychological irritation of the face fly to the painful bite of the stable fly and the grim associations of the blowfly. The ancient Egyptians were not just dealing with flies. They were dealing with a whole squadron of specialized airborne irritants, each perfectly adapted to exploit some aspect of their environment and their lives. And your growing ability to distinguish between them only deepens your appreciation for the complexity of their daily struggle. The rhythm of life in ancient Egypt is inextricably linked to the Nile, and its most dramatic annual event is the inundation, the great summer flood that swelled the river, spread fertile silt across the plains, and rejuvenated the land. This was a time of renewal, of celebration, the cornerstone of Egypt's prosperity. But as you experience this pivotal moment in the agricultural calendar, you notice an unwelcome consequence. The inundation, for all its blessings, also brings with it an insect boom, particularly a surge in the already formidable fly population. As the floodwaters begin to recede, usually around late September or October, they leave behind vast stretches of damp, warm earth, rich in freshly deposited organic matter. Puddles and stagnant pools form in depressions. Decomposing vegetation, drowned insects, and other organic debris are scattered everywhere. To a fly, this is paradise found, an all-you-can-breed buffet and five-star nursery rolled into one. The conditions are perfect for a population explosion. You walk along the edge of the receding waters. The air is thick with humidity and the smell of damp earth and decaying plants. And the flies are everywhere, more numerous, more frenetic than you've seen them before. They rise in clouds from the muddy ground as you approach. They seem to materialize out of the very steam rising from the warm, wet soil. It's as if the flood hasn't just brought water and silt, but has also hatched a million tiny winged creatures from the earth itself. Behold, Happy, God of the inundation, has blessed us with fertile soil and an air force of truly biblical proportions. You might grimly jest. The life cycle of many fly species is incredibly rapid, especially in warm, moist conditions with abundant food for the larvae. Eggs laid in the rich, damp silt can hatch into maggots within days, and these maggots feast on the decaying organic matter, growing quickly. The pupal stage might last only a week or two before adult flies emerge, ready to mate and lay more eggs. This rapid turnover means that shortly after the floodwaters retreat, there's a noticeable, often dramatic, increase in the adult fly population. What was a persistent annoyance before now becomes an overwhelming plague. One mainstream historical fact is that the period immediately following the Nile inundation was often associated with an increase in certain diseases. While some of this was due to waterborne pathogens stirred up by the flood, the explosion in the fly population would have undoubtedly exacerbated the spread of flyborne illnesses like dysentery and eye infections. More flies meant more potential vectors moving between contaminated areas, like freshly exposed, decaying matter, and human habitations, food sources, and people themselves. Farmers, eager to plant their crops in the newly fertilized fields, would be working directly in these fly-infested areas. Imagine trying to sow seeds or plow the damp earth while enveloped in a personal cloud of buzzing, landing, crawling insects. The misery would be intense. Their animals, essential for this agricultural work, would also suffer immensely, further stressed by the superabundance of biting and nuisance flies. You observe the villages closest to the floodplains. They seem to be under siege. Every house, every shaded spot, every food preparation area is inundated with these post-flood flies. The usual defenses, swatting, smoke, aromatic herbs, feel utterly inadequate against such overwhelming numbers. People move with a kind of weary, constant motion, their hands always waving, their faces etched with irritation. Children are particularly afflicted, their small bodies offering an easy target. Historians still argue about the specific adaptations in living patterns or agricultural practices that ancient Egyptians might have employed to cope with this predictable post-inundation insect surge. Did they temporarily relocate to higher ground if possible? Did they have specific community-wide rituals or fumigation practices aimed at reducing fly numbers during this critical period? Evidence for large-scale, coordinated efforts is limited, suggesting that, for the most part, it was a period to be endured with heightened vigilance and whatever personal protective measures were available. The timing is particularly unfortunate. The recession of the flood is followed by the planting season, a time of intense agricultural activity. This means that people are most exposed to the peak fly populations precisely when they need to be working outdoors for extended periods. It's a cruel irony of nature. The event that brings life and fertility also brings a period of heightened pestilence and discomfort. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could the ancient Egyptians have developed a kind of inundation fly forecast? Perhaps experienced elders or priests, by observing the height of the flood, the speed of its recession, and the prevailing weather conditions, could predict whether the subsequent fly season would be bad, very bad, or apocalyptically, unforgettably awful. The Nile rose high this year, and the north wind tarries. Prepare yourselves, my children, for the coming of the great buzz. Such forecasting would be based on generations of observation, a form of practical environmental wisdom. The visual and auditory impact of this insect boom is staggering. The air itself seems thicker, alive with the movement and sound of countless tiny wings. Surfaces are quickly covered if left untended. The constant hum is a palpable presence, a background roar to all other sounds. It's a period when the flies truly dominate the landscape, a tiny, six-legged army claiming the newly exposed territory. This annual surge would also have implications for food storage. Any grain harvested before the flood, or other preserved foods, would need to be exceptionally well protected during this period of peak fly activity. The risk of contamination would be at its highest. As the land gradually dries out under the sun, and as the initial abundance of easily accessible breeding material diminishes, the fly population might slowly begin to decrease from its post-inundation peak, returning to its normal high levels. But that period of a few weeks or months after the flood would be etched in memory as a time of particular misery, a reminder that the Nile's bounty came with a significant, buzzing price tag. The cycle of the river dictated the cycle of the flies, and for a portion of the year, humans were decidedly on the losing end of that equation. The sheer, overwhelming numbers of flies, especially during periods like the post-inundation surge, would inevitably spur the ancient Egyptians to move beyond mere repulsion and swatting towards methods of actively trapping and eliminating these pests. While they lacked the sophisticated chemical insecticides or electric bug zappers of the modern era, human ingenuity in the face of persistent annoyance is a powerful force. You begin to notice or perhaps hear about the development and use of simple, often messy, but sometimes surprisingly effective fly traps. The principle behind most rudimentary fly traps is simple. Lure the flies in with something attractive, and then ensure they can't easily get out, or that they meet a sticky end. What's attractive to a fly? As you've learned all too well, they're drawn to sweet substances, decaying organic matter, and moisture. These become the bait in ancient Egyptian fly-catching endeavors. Imagine someone taking a wide-mouthed pottery jar. They might smear the inside rim with honey, date paste, or the dregs from beer making, all sticky, sugary substances that flies adore. The flies, attracted by the scent, would crawl into the jar to feast on the bait. Some might get stuck directly in the goo. Others, after feeding, might find it difficult to navigate their way out of the jar's opening, especially if the neck is slightly narrower than the body of the jar, or if they are weighed down by their meal and the sticky residue on their feet. It's a low-tech solution, but every fly caught is one less buzzing around your head. Come hither, tiny fiends, to my jar of delicious doom. The sweetness is to die for, literally. Another approach might involve a shallow dish or bowl filled with a mixture of milk and honey, or perhaps some overripe, crushed fruit. The flies would be drawn to this enticing liquid, land on its surface to drink, and in their eagerness, some might drown. This method is less about trapping them alive and more about immediate, if somewhat passive, extermination. The daily harvest from such a trap, a collection of sodden, deceased flies, would be a grimly satisfying sight for the beleaguered Egyptian. One mainstream historical fact is that simple sticky traps, using substances like honey or other sweet, viscous materials, have been a common form of pest control in many cultures throughout history. Given ancient Egypt's access to honey and fruit sugars, it's highly plausible that they employed similar methods. While direct archaeological evidence of a fly trap jar, specifically labeled as such, might be rare, as the jars themselves were multi-purpose, the logic of using available materials to address a pressing problem is sound. You might see someone hanging strips of linen or papyrus that have been coated with a sticky substance, perhaps a resin from a tree, or a cooked-down mixture of dates and honey that becomes tacky as it cools. These ancient flypapers, strategically placed near food preparation areas or animal pens, would attract and ensnare any fly unfortunate enough to land on them. The sight of these strips, dark with trapped insects, would be both repulsive and reassuring, a visible sign that something was being done. Look, my glorious, sticky banner of fly destruction, each victim a testament to my cunning. Historians still argue about the specific recipes or concoctions that might have been developed for optimal fly trapping. Were certain additives known to make the bait more attractive or the sticky substance more effective? For instance, did they discover that adding a tiny bit of sour beer or vinegar to a sweet bait increased its allure for certain types of flies? This kind of practical knowledge would have been gained through trial and error, passed down through families or communities. The messiness of these traps is undeniable. A jar of drowned flies needs to be emptied and cleaned. Sticky strips become unsightly and need to be replaced. Honey-baited traps might also attract other unwanted guests, like ants. But in the face of a relentless fly onslaught, the desire for relief would likely outweigh concerns about the aesthetics or minor inconveniences of the trapping method. It's a cost-benefit analysis where the benefit is a reduction in buzzing torment. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could there have been an element of sympathetic magic involved in some trapping methods? For example, if a trap was particularly successful, were there small rituals or words spoken to empower it further, or to encourage the flies to enter? By the stickiness of the sacred fig and the sweetness of the royal date, I compel you, O buzzing annoyances, to enter this vessel of no return. It's speculative, but blends the practical with the magical thinking prevalent at the time. Cleaning out these traps would be an unpleasant task. Scooping out a gooey mass of dead and dying flies is not for the faint of heart. But the reduction in the local fly population, however temporary, would be the reward. Each full trap would represent a small victory in the ongoing war. These simple traps represent a step up in proactive pest control. They are not just about defense, like swatting, or repulsion, like smoke, but about actively reducing the enemy numbers. They require observation, what attracts flies, ingenuity, how to trap them, and a certain tolerance for mess. They wouldn't solve the entire fly problem. The breeding grounds were too vast, the flies too numerous. But in a localized area, like a kitchen or a sleeping space, a well-placed trap could make a noticeable difference, offering a precious island of reduced fly activity. As you observe these sticky situations and liquid lures, you appreciate the resourcefulness born of necessity. The ancient Egyptians didn't have science labs or chemical factories, but they had honey, fruit, pottery, and a strong motivation to be rid of their buzzing tormentors. And sometimes that's all you need to invent a better, or at least a stickier mousetrap, or in this case, fly trap. The battle against flies is fought on many fronts: swatting, smoking, trapping. But what about personal protection? Something you can apply directly to your skin to make yourself a less appealing target. Your thoughts, and those of the ancient Egyptians, would naturally turn to the various oils, fats, and unguents that were so much a part of their daily lives and sophisticated cosmetic practices. Could these sweet-smelling, skin-soothing concoctions also serve as a fragrant armor against the persistent aerial assault? Ancient Egyptians were renowned for their use of cosmetics and skincare. In a hot, dry climate, oils and fats were essential for moisturizing the skin, preventing chapping, and offering some protection from the sun. They developed complex recipes, infusing animal fats or vegetable oils like morina, castor, or olive oil, though the latter was more imported, with aromatic plant materials of flowers like lilies and lotus, herbs such as marjoram and rosemary, if available, and resins like myrrh and frankincense. These unguents were not just for women. Men also used them extensively for hygiene, grooming, and as a mark of social standing. A dab of this lotus-infused morina oil, and I'll smell divine, and hopefully, the flies will find me divinely unappetizing. You watch someone anointing themselves after their morning ablutions. A splash of water, perhaps, if they're not near the river for a fuller bath. They rub a scented oil into their skin, leaving it soft, perfumed, and with a slight sheen. The immediate effect is pleasant. The fragrance is a welcome change from the dust and dung odors of the village. But does it deter the flies? That's the crucial question. Some aromatic compounds found in plants are indeed known to have insect repellent properties. For example, substances like citronellal, found in lemongrass, geraniol, in geraniums and roses, and various terpenes in pine and citrus can discourage insects. If the Egyptians were incorporating plants containing these or similar compounds into their unguents, they might have inadvertently created a mild, personal fly repellent. The key would be the concentration and the specific plants used. One mainstream historical fact is that the Egyptians possessed extensive knowledge of plants and their properties, as evidenced by their medical papyri and their sophisticated perfume making. They were skilled at extracting essences and infusing oils. It's highly plausible that they would have observed if certain scented oils made them less attractive to flies and favored those preparations, at least in fly-heavy seasons. However, the very things that made some unguents attractive to humans are their sweetness. Their richness could, paradoxically, also attract certain types of insects if the repellent components weren't strong enough. Imagine applying a honey-based skin balm. While soothing, it might also send out an olfactory invitation. Free honey tasting, now available on this conveniently warm human. It would be a delicate balance, finding scents that were pleasing to people but offensive to flies. You decide to try it yourself. You obtain a small amount of scented oil. Perhaps it has a sharp, resinous aroma or a fresh herbal note. You apply it to your arms and neck. Initially, the flies seem a bit confused. They might hover nearby, hesitant to land on the perfumed surface. For a while, you experience a slight reduction in their unwelcome attentions. But the effect, like that of crushed herbs, is often temporary. The volatile aromatic compounds evaporate. Your own body scent eventually mingles with and perhaps overpowers the perfume. Or the flies simply get used to it or become desperate enough to ignore it. Historians still argue about the primary motivation behind the Egyptians' extensive use of scented oils. Was it purely for cosmetic, ritual, and social purposes, with any insect repellent effect being a minor, secondary benefit? Or, given the pervasive fly problem, was the repellent quality a more conscious consideration in the formulation and selection of certain unguents, especially for daily wear? It's likely a combination. If you have to moisturize anyway, why not use something that also helps keep the bugs away? Consider the famous unguent cones worn on the head during banquets, which you've pondered before. These cones, made of perfumed fat or wax, would melt slowly in the heat, releasing their scent. If the perfume chosen had repellent qualities, this could create a personal aura of fragrance that might discourage flies from buzzing too close to the face, a very desirable outcome during a meal. My dear, your head cone is not only stylishly melting, but also seems to be creating a most effective no-fly zone around your canapes. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Were there decoy unguents? Perhaps a less pleasant smelling, or even deliberately foul to flies anyway, substance that could be applied to a less critical area of the body or clothing to draw flies away from the face. Yes, my ankles smell faintly of fermented fish oil, but my face is gloriously fly-free. Unlikely as a widespread practice, but the Egyptians were resourceful. Or perhaps certain oils were known to be fly magnets and were deliberately avoided, at least during the peak fly season. Don't use the date and honey bomb today, dear, unless you want to become a walking fly festival. The effectiveness of these ointment offenses would vary greatly depending on the specific ingredients, the concentration of aromatic compounds, the individual's body chemistry, and the sheer number and determination of the local fly population. In a full-blown post-inundation swarm, a bit of perfumed oil might feel like bringing a tiny, sweet-smelling shield to a cannon fight. Yet, every little bit of relief would count. Even if an unguent only deterred flies for an hour or two, that's an hour or two of increased comfort, of less swatting, of reduced risk of a fly landing in your eye or on your food. In the relentless daily battle, these small, fragrant victories would be cherished. The application of scented oil becomes more than just skincare. It's an act of hope, a small ritual of personal defense, an attempt to impose a bubble of olfactory order onto a buzzing, chaotic world. And as you anoint yourself, you can almost feel a kinship with those ancient Egyptians, seeking solace and protection in the fragrant embrace of their carefully crafted oils. You've explored smoke, scents, swatters, and traps. Now, your attention turns to something even more fundamental, your clothing. In the warm climate of ancient Egypt, clothing was typically light and airy, made primarily from linen, a fabric produced from the flax plant. Linen was a cornerstone of the Egyptian textile industry, valued for its coolness and comfort. But beyond its suitability for the heat, you begin to wonder, did these linen garments offer any real protection against the relentless onslaught of flies? Or were they just another surface for the insects to land on and explore? The common attire for much of ancient Egyptian history consisted of simple kilts or loincloths for men, and sheath, like dresses or robes for women. These garments left a significant amount of skin exposed. Arms, legs, neck, and face were all readily accessible to any passing fly. So, in terms of complete physical barrier, basic Egyptian clothing was not particularly effective against insects that could simply land on bare skin. You can picture a farmer in his short kilt, his legs and torso an open invitation for biting flies, no matter how cool and comfortable the linen felt. However, linen itself has certain properties. It's a smooth fabric, not particularly hairy or textured in a way that might easily trap or hold onto an insect, compared to, say, wool, which was less common in Egypt for everyday wear due to the heat. Linen offers fewer nooks and crannies for a fly to get a good grip or find a hiding place. A fly landing on a smooth linen surface might be more easily dislodged by a simple movement or a brush of the hand than one on a rougher, more textured fabric. At least they slide off my pristine linen kilt fairly easily, you might console yourself. Unlike that unfortunate fellow who decided to wear that itchy goat hair shirt his aunt from Punt knitted for him. One mainstream historical fact is that linen was the predominant textile in ancient Egypt, used for everything from clothing and bedding to sails and mummy wrappings. Its production, from growing flax to weaving the fine thread, was a sophisticated industry. The quality of linen varied greatly, from coarse, everyday fabrics to incredibly fine, almost transparent royal linen. Perhaps the fineness of the weave offered some marginal difference in fly resistance, but it's unlikely to have been a primary consideration in its manufacture. What about layering? In cooler weather, or for more formal occasions, individuals might wear more extensive garments, longer robes, shawls, or cloaks. These additional layers would, by definition, cover more skin and thus offer more of a physical barrier. If your arms are covered by long linen sleeves, that's one less target for a biting fly. However, even with more voluminous clothing, the face and hands often remained exposed, and flies are adept at finding any available patch of skin. Plus, in the Egyptian heat, excessive layering for the sake of fly protection would quickly become unbearable. It's a trade-off. Endure the flies or endure heat stroke. Most would likely choose to brave the flies with minimal, cool attire. You might observe people using a piece of their garment, the edge of a robe, a corner of a head covering to flick away flies. The clothing itself becomes a tool, an impromptu swatter. This is a common, almost instinctual gesture. If you're wearing a loose shawl, you can use it to create a brief flurry of air around your face, momentarily dispersing the insects. Historians still argue whether certain styles or features of Egyptian clothing were influenced, even subtly, by the need for insect protection. For example, were head coverings like the nemes worn by pharaohs or the simpler cloths worn by commoners partly designed to keep flies off the head and out of the hair. Hair, especially if oiled or scented, could be an attractant. Covering it would reduce that attraction and offer a physical barrier. Similarly, the long, flowing sleeves seen in some depictions of wealthier individuals might have offered more protection than bare arms, even if their primary purpose was fashion or status. A quirky or fringe tidbit: could the famous Egyptian practice of shaving their heads and often bodies, especially by priests and elite individuals, have been partly motivated by a desire to reduce harboring places for lice and to make themselves less attractive or accessible to flies? A smooth, bald head offers fewer landing spots and less cover for a fly than a full head of hair. My glorious, gleaming pate. Not only is it hygienic and cool, but the flies just can't seem to get a decent foothold. Aerodynamic, too, when I'm running from a hippo. It's an interesting thought, combining hygiene, comfort, and pest management. Consider the bedding. People slept on reed mats, perhaps with a linen sheet or covering. At night, when activity lessens and bodies are still, flies might still be a nuisance, especially if there are food remnants nearby or if the sleeping area is not well sealed. A light linen covering could offer some protection, a thin barrier against nocturnal explorers. You might find yourself pulling your linen sheet up over your head, creating a stuffy but temporarily fly-free cocoon, much like people do today with their bed sheets to escape a buzzing mosquito. Ultimately, while linen was an excellent choice for the Egyptian climate in terms of coolness and comfort, its effectiveness as fly armor was limited. It didn't actively repel flies, and the typical styles of dress left plenty of skin exposed. Any protection it offered was largely incidental, a byproduct of covering the skin, or the fabric being smooth enough to make landing or crawling slightly more difficult for the insects. The real battle against flies had to be waged with other tools and strategies. Your linen kilt might look sharp and feel cool, but it's not going to win you the war against the winged hordes. It's more like a fashionable truce negotiation where the flies still hold most of the bargaining chips. You've tried swatting, smoking, trapping, anointing yourself with oils, and relying on your linen garments. Yet the flies persist, an undeniable and irritating force of nature. In a world where the lines between the practical and the magical were often beautifully blurred, it's inevitable that ancient Egyptians would also turn to supernatural means to combat this relentless pest. Your journey now leads you to explore the realm of magical fly repulsion. The spells, amulets, and rituals designed to ward off these tiny winged torments through means beyond the purely physical. The ancient Egyptian worldview was steeped in magic, or Heka, which was seen as a fundamental force, a divine power that humans could learn to wield. Heka wasn't necessarily separate from religion or medicine. It was often intertwined, a tool to influence the world, to protect, to heal, and to compel. If a problem was persistent and frustrating, like the plague of flies, it was natural to seek magical solutions alongside practical ones. If this perfectly good reed swatter isn't enough, perhaps a few well-chosen words of power will convince these flies to buzz off elsewhere. You might hear whispers of, or even witness, someone performing a small personal ritual. Perhaps a mother, desperate to protect her child from the flies clustering around their eyes, murmurs a short incantation while tracing a protective symbol in the air. Or a farmer, before heading out to his fly-infested fields, might touch a special amulet and ask for divine assistance in keeping the pests at bay. These wouldn't be grand temple ceremonies, but small, everyday acts of magical self-defense. One mainstream historical fact is that amulets were incredibly common in ancient Egypt, worn by people of all social classes, from infancy to death, and even into the afterlife. These small objects, made from various materials like faience, stone, metal, or even clay, were believed to possess magical properties, offering protection, luck, or specific powers to the wearer. While scarab beetles for rebirth, ankhs for life, and eyes of Horus for protection and healing are among the most well-known, it's conceivable that amulets specifically intended to ward off troublesome insects or general pests also existed. What might such an anti-fly amulet look like? Perhaps it would depict a creature known to prey on flies, like a frog or a lizard, thereby magically invoking that creature's fly-devouring power. Or it could be a more abstract symbol, imbued with repellent properties through a ritual of consecration. You might even see an amulet in the shape of a fly itself, based on the principle of like repels like, or as a way to gain control over the creature by possessing its image, similar to the fringe idea about fly-shaped amulets you pondered earlier. The logic of magic is not always linear. Then there are the spells. Egyptian magical texts, like the coffin texts or the later Greek magical papyri, which incorporated much Egyptian tradition, are filled with incantations for all sorts of purposes. While a specific chapter titled 30 Surefire Spells to Annihilate Annoying Flies might not have survived, spells for averting evil, repelling dangerous creatures like snakes or scorpions, or purifying a space could certainly be adapted or their principles applied to the problem of flies, especially if flies were seen, at times, as demonic agents or carriers of sickness. Imagine a healer or a village magician being consulted. Wise one, a desperate villager might say, "The flies are a plague upon my house. My children are tormented. My food is defiled. Is there no magic that can drive them away?" The magician might then prescribe a ritual, perhaps the burning of specific herbs, chosen for their magical as well as aromatic properties, accompanied by the recitation of powerful words and the placing of protective symbols around the home. The effectiveness, from a modern perspective, might be attributed to the smoke or scent, but for the ancient Egyptian, the power of the Heka in the words and actions would be paramount. Historians still argue about the precise boundary between official temple magic performed by priests and the more common folk magic practiced by ordinary people or local specialists. When it came to everyday problems like flies, it's likely that simple, accessible spells and amulets were more prevalent than complex, high-level rituals. These would be the magical equivalent of a fly swatter, readily available and easy to use. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could there have been fly curse tablets? We know that curse tablets, depictions, were used in the Greco-Roman world, which inherited some Egyptian magical traditions to target rivals or enemies. Is it too far-fetched to imagine an incredibly frustrated ancient Egyptian, driven to the brink by a particularly relentless swarm, inscribing a tiny curse on a potsherd and burying it, wishing eternal itchiness and a broken wing upon the leader of the fly gang? May your buzz be silenced and your 6 legs forever tangled. O fiend of the air! It's a comical image, but captures the desperation these pests could induce. The psychological comfort offered by these magical practices would be significant. In a world where many forces felt beyond one's control, magic provided a sense of agency, a belief that one could actively influence events and protect oneself and one's family. Even if the amulet didn't physically stop every fly, the belief in its protective power could reduce anxiety and make the problem feel more manageable. It's the magical placebo effect, ancient style. You might see protective symbols painted around doorways or windows, perhaps an Eye of Horus, or another apotropaic sign, with the hope that these sacred images would prevent not just larger evils, but also the smaller, buzzing ones, from entering. These are visible declarations of a magically defended space. The magical fight against flies is a testament to the Egyptian belief in an interconnected cosmos, where the physical and the supernatural were constantly interacting. It shows a holistic approach to problem solving. If practical means are insufficient, then enlist the powers of Heka. It adds another layer to your understanding of their daily lives, a layer of unseen battles, whispered spells, and potent symbols, all deployed in the never-ending war against an enemy as small as it was persistent. Your swatter deals with the body. The spell deals with the essence. Both were necessary tools in the ancient Egyptian arsenal. Amidst the daily swatting, the clouds of incense smoke, the sticky traps, and the whispered incantations, you stumble upon a truly astonishing and seemingly contradictory aspect of the ancient Egyptian relationship with the fly. You learn of a prestigious military decoration, an award for exceptional bravery and tenacity in battle, the Order of the Golden Fly. This isn't a fringe theory or a whimsical speculation. It's a well-documented historical fact that adds a layer of profound complexity to your understanding of how this civilization viewed its most common pest. Imagine a hardened soldier, a veteran of numerous campaigns, standing before his commander, or perhaps even Pharaoh himself. He has distinguished himself in battle, not necessarily through brute strength alone, but through relentless persistence, through harrying the enemy, through refusing to give up ground or abandon the fight, much like a determined fly that simply will not be deterred. As a reward for this valor, he is presented with a series of small, beautifully crafted golden pendants in the shape of flies. He will wear these with pride, a testament to his courage and unwavering commitment. This is a mind-boggling concept when juxtaposed with the daily irritation flies caused. The very creature that people spent their lives trying to shoo away, the insect synonymous with annoyance and filth, is here transformed into a symbol of the highest military virtue. How can this be? The key lies in a shift of perspective, a reinterpretation of the fly's most prominent characteristic, its persistence. In daily life, a fly's persistence is maddening. It lands on your food, you shoo it away, it comes back. It buzzes in your ear, you swat, it dodges and returns. This refusal to be easily deterred is infuriating. But transfer that same quality to a soldier on the battlefield. A soldier who, like a fly, relentlessly harasses the enemy, who keeps attacking, who doesn't back down despite resistance, who is a constant, nagging, and ultimately demoralizing presence to the opposing forces. That soldier is an invaluable asset. Their persistence becomes a weapon. One mainstream historical fact is the existence of these Golden Fly Awards. Perhaps the most famous examples are those found in the tomb of Queen Ahotep I, mother of Amos I, the pharaoh who completed the expulsion of the Hyksos and ushered in the New Kingdom. She was awarded golden flies, likely for her role in rallying support or maintaining stability during those turbulent times. This indicates the award wasn't exclusively for frontline combatants, but for anyone demonstrating exceptional and tenacious service to the state. The flies themselves were not just crude representations. They were often exquisitely crafted from gold, sometimes with inlaid details, small works of art in their own right. They would have been strung together to form a necklace or a collar, a gleaming testament to the wearer's prowess. Wearing these golden flies was a mark of honor, instantly recognizable to others as a sign of proven bravery and resilience. See that general? The one with the collar of golden flies? Don't mess with him. He sticks to the enemy like, well, you know. This symbolic transformation is a fascinating insight into the Egyptian mindset. They were able to abstract a specific behavioral trait, persistence, from an otherwise disliked creature and elevate that trait to an ideal. It's a sophisticated conceptual leap. They weren't celebrating the fly in its entirety with its love of dung and disease. They were celebrating a particular aspect of the fly, an aspect that, in the right context, was highly admirable. Historians still argue about the precise origins and full symbolic weight of the Order of the Golden Fly. Was it inspired by a particular legendary feat of a soldier who was compared to a swarm of flies in his tenacity? Or did it evolve more gradually, as commanders observed the shared trait of persistence in both their best warriors and their most annoying pests? The exact aha moment that led to this award is lost to time, but its existence is undeniable. You try to reconcile this with your own experiences. The fly that just landed on your water skin for the 5th time is profoundly irritating. But you now look at it with a flicker of something else, a grudging acknowledgement of its sheer, unwavering determination. It wants water, and it will keep trying until it gets it or meets a definitive end. In a different context, that same single-minded focus could be heroic. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could there have been a specific type of fly known for its exceptional persistence that inspired the award? Perhaps a particularly aggressive biting fly that was notoriously difficult to dislodge? Or was it just the general, everyday experience of all flies and their refusal to take no for an answer? Maybe there was even a saying among soldiers, "Fight like the fly that will not leave the sleeping lion's nose." A call to courageous, if potentially dangerous, tenacity. The Golden Fly Award also highlights the Egyptian appreciation for qualities beyond mere physical strength. Persistence, resilience, the ability to wear down an opponent through sheer, unyielding pressure. These are psychological aspects of warfare, and the Egyptians recognized their importance. The fly, in this context, becomes a metaphor for an effective psychological warrior. This official, high-status recognition of a positive fly-like trait stands in stark contrast to the daily personal war waged against the insects themselves. It's a paradox. The same civilization that developed fly swatters and fly traps also pinned golden flies on its heroes. It shows a capacity for nuanced thinking, an ability to hold seemingly contradictory views simultaneously. The fly could be both a torment and a teacher, a pest and a paragon. As you continue to navigate this ancient world, the image of the golden fly serves as a reminder that things are not always as they seem. Even the most humble or irritating aspects of life can hold unexpected meanings, and the ancient Egyptians, with their deep connection to the natural world and their sophisticated symbolic thought, were masters at finding them. The fly that buzzes around your head might just be a distant, less shiny cousin of a hero's decoration. The revelation of the Order of the Golden Fly has cracked open your perception of the ancient Egyptian relationship with this insect. It's clear now that the fly wasn't just a pest, at least not in every single context. This prompts you to dig deeper, to explore if there were other symbolic meanings, perhaps more subtle or less official than a military decoration, that the fly held in their complex worldview. You're moving beyond its nuisance value and its surprising role in martial honor, searching for other, perhaps hidden significances. You've already considered the fly's association with decay and its potential role as a tiny demon or messenger of ill omens. These are largely negative connotations, born out of the insect's less savory habits and its connection to sickness. But were there any neutral or even positive symbolic threads beyond the specific context of military valor? Consider the sheer abundance and ubiquity of flies. In a civilization that drew so much of its cosmology from the natural world, could such a numerous creature be entirely without symbolic weight in other areas? Their constant presence, their ability to seemingly materialize from nowhere, their rapid life cycle, these are all observable phenomena. One mainstream historical fact is that Egyptian religion and symbolism were deeply rooted in the observation of nature, from the grand cycles of the sun and the Nile to the behavior of individual animals and plants. Every creature, in some way, reflected an aspect of the created world. The fly's rapid reproduction and appearance in swarms could, in some niche contexts, perhaps be linked to concepts of multitude or teeming life, though not necessarily in the same overtly positive way as, say, the fertility symbolized by frogs, who also appear in great numbers after the inundation. While frogs were clearly linked to Hecate, the goddess of childbirth and fertility, the fly's connection to teeming life might be more ambivalent, a sign of nature's profligacy, both wondrous and overwhelming. So many flies. The land is truly alive. Perhaps a little too alive in this particular department. Historians still argue whether the fly, in any non-military context, ever achieved a status as a minor protective symbol, or if its inherent pest nature always overshadowed other potential interpretations. For instance, if a fly is incredibly persistent in avoiding your swatter, could that be seen, perversely, as a display of cleverness or agility? Probably a stretch for most Egyptians who just wanted the darn thing gone, but their capacity for symbolic thought was vast. You recall the hieroglyph FF for fly. The very act of giving something a name and a written sign in such a pictographic language elevates it, to some degree, from mere background noise. It acknowledges its existence as a distinct entity within the conceptual universe. Its inclusion in texts, even if just to say there were many flies, means it was a recognized part of the world worth noting. What about transformation? The life cycle of a fly, from egg to maggot, a creature of the earth, often associated with decay, to pupa to winged adult, a creature of the air, is a remarkable transformation. The Egyptians were fascinated by transformation, particularly in the context of rebirth and the afterlife, e.g., the scarab beetle. While the fly's transformation isn't as clean or symbolically rich as the scarab's, it's still a potent natural cycle. Could the maggot, an earthbound eater of corruption, transforming into a winged fly, have held any minor allegorical meaning related to emergence from a lesser state, even if that new state was still annoying? It's a less common interpretation, but fits the pattern of Egyptian observation of natural processes. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Some have speculated that the buzzing sound of flies, when heard in great numbers, might have been associated with certain sounds in nature or even with specific divine utterances or manifestations in a very minor key. Imagine a priest in a very quiet temple, hearing the drone of flies and perhaps momentarily mistaking it for something else, some faint echo of the divine or the stirring of unseen energies. Was that the rustle of the god's garment, or just another cursed fly convention behind the altar? Unlikely to be a mainstream theological point, but it highlights how pervasive sounds can sometimes be reinterpreted by a mind seeking meaning. Consider also the fly's association with open wounds, as noted in medical contexts. While largely negative, as a source of infection or infestation, could there be a very obscure, counterintuitive link to healing in some highly specific magical ritual? Perhaps a spell where the fly, as an entity drawn to wounds, is magically commanded to depart and take the sickness of the wound with it? This would be an example of using the creature's known attributes in a symbolic, magical operation, a form of ritualistic pest control with a spiritual dimension. The fly's ability to access almost any space, to infiltrate even well-guarded areas, as you pondered with Pharaoh's palace, might also lend it a subtle symbolism related to pervasiveness, or the idea that some influences, good or bad, are inescapable. It's a tiny, ever-present witness. It's important not to overstate these potential alternative symbolisms. For the vast majority of ancient Egyptians, in their daily lives, a fly was first and foremost a nuisance. Its negative connotations as a pest, a carrier of disease, a companion of filth would have been dominant. But the existence of the Golden Fly Award proves that they were capable of looking beyond the obvious, of finding value or meaning even in the unlikeliest of creatures. This exploration into deeper symbolic meanings shows that the Egyptian relationship with the natural world was rarely one-dimensional. They observed, they categorized, and they imbued their observations with layers of meaning. The fly, while predominantly a source of irritation, still occupied its own small, buzzing niche in their vast symbolic landscape, a niche that went just a little bit further than squash it. It's a reminder that even the most mundane elements of an ancient culture can hold surprising depths if you look closely enough. Your understanding of the ancient Egyptian world, now richly populated with buzzing flies in all their various roles, pest, symbol, and potential disease vector, leads you to consider a domain of utmost importance to this civilization: the afterlife. The Egyptians invested immense resources and effort into preparing for death and ensuring a successful journey into the next world. Tombs were not just burial places. They were eternal homes, equipped with everything the deceased would need. And in this meticulous preparation, you realize there must have been a concern for protecting these sacred spaces and the preserved bodies within them from the desecration of insects, including the ever-persistent fly. Imagine the scene inside a newly sealed tomb. It is dark, quiet, and filled with precious goods. Furniture, food offerings, jewelry, tools, and, most importantly, the mummified body of the deceased, carefully entombed in its sarcophagus. The goal is eternal preservation, an undisturbed afterlife. The last thing anyone would want is for this sacred space to become a breeding ground for insects, for flies and their larvae to feast on the funerary offerings or, horrifyingly, to find their way to the mummy itself. The very act of providing food offerings in tombs, loaves of bread, joints of meat, jars of beer and wine, baskets of fruit, created an immediate attraction for any insect that might find its way in. While these offerings were often symbolic or magically activated for the deceased's Ka, life force, actual physical food was also included. If a tomb was not perfectly sealed, and few, if any, truly were over millennia, the scent of these provisions, however faint, could eventually lure insects. Flies, with their keen sense of smell for organic matter, would be among the first to investigate any breach. Smells like thousand-year-old bread and a hint of mummified noblemen. Intriguing. One mainstream historical fact is that tomb builders went to great lengths to seal tombs against robbers and, by extension, against the elements and pests. Entrances were blocked with massive stones, passages were filled with rubble, and intricate locking mechanisms were sometimes employed. While the primary motivation was security against human intrusion, these measures would also have helped to keep out animals and insects. The ideal was a hermetically sealed environment, though in practice this was rarely achieved perfectly or indefinitely. You can picture the priests performing the final rites, the opening of the mouth ceremony to reanimate the deceased's senses for the afterlife, as they prepare to seal the tomb chamber, they would surely be concerned about its integrity. Were specific incantations recited to ward off insects and other vermin from the eternal dwelling? It's highly plausible. Magical protection was a key component of funerary practices, and this would likely extend to safeguarding the tomb's contents from natural decay and infestation, which included the work of insects. Consider the materials used in the tomb. Stone, obviously, is insect-proof, but wooden coffins, furniture, and even the mummy wrappings themselves, if exposed to dampness and the right kind of insect, could be vulnerable over long periods. Flies themselves might not burrow into wood, but they would certainly be drawn to any mold or decay that set in if moisture penetrated the tomb. Historians still argue about the specific measures, beyond physical sealing and general magical protection, that were taken to insect-proof tombs. Were certain woods chosen for coffins partly for their natural resistance to insects? Were specific resins or substances applied to surfaces as deterrents? Natron, the salt used in mummification, is a desiccant and would inhibit insect activity on the mummy itself, but what about the wider tomb environment? The focus on preservation was paramount. A body ravaged by insects or food offerings consumed by larvae would be a disastrous failure, jeopardizing the deceased's afterlife. The fly, in this context, becomes an agent of chaos, a tiny destroyer threatening the carefully constructed eternal order. Its association with decay makes its potential presence in a tomb particularly abhorrent. The tomb was meant to be a place of pristine eternity, not a fly-blown charnel house. A quirky or fringe tidbit: archaeologists occasionally find ancient insect remains within tombs, sometimes beetles that fed on grain offerings, or even the pupal casings of flies. These tiny, unwelcome guests provide clues about the tomb environment and any breaches that may have occurred over the centuries. It's like a forensic entomology case, thousands of years old. Yes, Inspector, these fly pupae suggest a breach in the north wall sometime during the late Middle Kingdom, probably attracted by that slightly off fig paste offering. The vigilance required would extend even to the items placed within the tomb. Were funerary goods inspected for any signs of insect infestation before being sealed away? A stray fly egg on a loaf of bread, or a beetle larva in a bag of grain, could spell trouble down the line. The meticulousness of Egyptian funerary practices suggests that such concerns, while perhaps not always explicitly recorded, would have been part of the overall effort to ensure a perfect afterlife. Guarding the afterlife from flies and other pests was an extension of the daily battle waged in the land of the living. It was about maintaining purity, order, and preservation against the forces of decay and disruption. The tomb was the ultimate fly-free zone, or at least that was the fervent hope. The silence and sanctity of the eternal house were not to be disturbed by the profane buzzing of an insect drawn to the remnants of life. The fight against flies didn't end at death. It merely shifted to a new, and arguably even more critical battleground. The ultimate battle against flies and decay in ancient Egypt was, without a doubt, waged during the process of mummification itself. This sacred, intricate, and lengthy procedure, taking up to 70 days, was designed to preserve the human body for eternity, transforming it into an enduring vessel for the deceased spirit. Given that flies are nature's primary agents for breaking down organic remains, keeping them at bay during mummification was not just a matter of hygiene. It was a spiritual imperative, crucial for the success of the entire funerary enterprise. You are now an observer in the Wabbit, the Pure Place, or the Pernefer, the House of Beauty/Goodness, the specialized workshop where embalmers performed their sacred and highly skilled craft. The air here would be thick with the smells of natron, the natural salt used for desiccation, resins, oils, and, inevitably, the scent of death. This combination of odors, particularly during the early stages of the process before the body was fully cleansed and dried, would be an irresistible beacon to flies. The embalmers faced a formidable challenge: to carry out their meticulous work while constantly defending the body from insectal invasion. The first stage of mummification involved the removal of the internal organs, except usually the heart, considered the seat of intellect and emotion. These organs, liver, lungs, stomach, and intestines, were rich in moisture and would decay rapidly, attracting swarms of flies. As the embalmers worked, often through a small incision in the left flank, they would need to be incredibly vigilant. You can imagine assistants specifically tasked with fanning the area, using whisks or cloths to keep flies from landing on the exposed tissues or the extracted organs, which themselves would be separately preserved in canopic jars. Keep those accursed flies away from the sacred viscera. Lord Anubis himself would be displeased by such defilement. Once the organs were removed and the body cavity cleansed, the crucial drying process began. The body was packed and covered with natron, a natural mixture of sodium carbonate, sodium bicarbonate, sodium chloride, and sodium sulfate. This substance drew out moisture from the tissues, effectively desiccating them and making them inhospitable to bacteria and, importantly, to fly larvae, maggots. One mainstream historical fact is that the use of natron was the key to successful Egyptian mummification, halting the natural decomposition process. A thoroughly dried body offered little sustenance for maggots. However, the period before complete desiccation was critical. Any delay, any lapse in vigilance, could allow flies to lay eggs in moist tissues or body orifices. Maggots, if they hatched, could cause significant damage, consuming soft tissues and undermining the integrity of the preservation. The embalmers would have been acutely aware of this threat. They would likely work in screened areas if possible. Though true insect screens are anachronistic, perhaps linen curtains or reed mats were used to reduce access and maintain scrupulous cleanliness within the wabbit. Smoke from incense or other aromatic, insect-repelling substances might have been kept burning constantly. You can picture the head embalmer, a priest of Anubis perhaps, his face a mask of concentration as he works, his assistants hovering nearby, their eyes scanning for any telltale buzz, their hands ready with swatters or fans. The atmosphere would be one of intense focus, a race against time and decay, with the flies as determined adversaries. Historians still argue about the precise daily routines and environmental controls within the embalming workshops. How effectively could they truly exclude flies? Were there specific rituals or spells performed daily to protect the body during its 70-day transformation? The religious and magical aspects of mummification were deeply intertwined with the practical, physical procedures. Protecting the body from flies would have been both a practical necessity and a ritual imperative. After the drying period, around 40 days, the body was cleaned again and then meticulously wrapped in hundreds of yards of linen bandages. Between the layers of linen, amulets were placed for protection, and liquid resin was often poured over the wrappings, which would harden into a protective shell. This resinous coating, along with the tightly wound bandages, would have formed a fairly effective final barrier against any insects that might have somehow survived or tried to penetrate later. Not even the smallest maggot shall pass this sacred, sticky seal, the chief wrapper might declare with satisfaction. A quirky or fringe tidbit: could the strong sense of the various resins, oils, and spices, like myrrh, frankincense, cassia, and juniper, used in the later stages of anointing and wrapping the mummy have served a dual purpose: to perfume the body for the afterlife and to act as a final insect repellent? Many of these substances do have known insecticidal or repellent properties. The fragrance of the gods might also have been the fragrance of fly begone. The entire 70-day process was a testament to the Egyptian dedication to defeating death and decay. Flies, as the quintessential agents of decay, were the natural enemies in this endeavor. Every successful mummification was a victory over these tiny destroyers, ensuring that the deceased could face eternity intact and undefiled. The care taken was extraordinary, reflecting the profound belief that the preservation of the physical form was essential for the survival of the soul. The mummification workshop, therefore, was a high-stakes battleground in the war against flies. The stakes weren't just comfort or cleanliness, but eternal life. The embalmers were not just craftsmen. They were sacred guardians, and their fight against the fly was a crucial part of their holy duty. The silence and stillness of a perfectly preserved mummy is a testament to their victory over the buzzing, wriggling forces of decomposition. The Herculean efforts of the ancient Egyptian embalmers, their meticulous 70-day process of drying, anointing, and wrapping, aimed to create an eternal, insect-proof vessel for the soul. Tombs were sealed with massive stones and, ideally, protected by powerful magic. Yet, despite these extraordinary measures, the forces of nature, including the humble fly, are persistent. Over the vast stretches of time, centuries, millennia, even the best sealed tombs could succumb to breaches, and with them the possibility of uninvited guests. Archaeologists, painstakingly excavating these ancient resting places, sometimes find subtle but undeniable evidence of flies that manage to bypass even the most elaborate defenses. Imagine the scene, not in ancient times, but much later, as an archaeological team carefully clears the entrance to a long-forgotten tomb. The air inside is stale, heavy with the scent of dust and immense age. As they penetrate deeper, their lights illuminating chambers untouched for thousands of years, they are not just looking for golden treasures or grand inscriptions. They are also observing the micro-details, the subtle clues about the tomb's history and preservation. And sometimes, among the dust and debris on the floor, or caught in the dried resin of a coffin, they find them, the fragile, desiccated remains of insects, including flies or their pupal casings. These tiny, often overlooked, remains tell a story. They speak of a time when the tomb seal was no longer perfect. Perhaps minute cracks developed in the masonry due to earth tremors or the sheer pressure of overlying rock and sand. Maybe ancient tomb robbers, in their quest for valuables, created small, unnoticed openings when they resealed a plundered chamber. Or perhaps the passage of centuries simply caused organic materials used in the sealing, like wooden beams or mud plaster, to decay, creating tiny apertures. For a creature as small and resourceful as a fly, even the slightest gap is an open door. Aha! A draft! Smells faintly of ancient aristocratic dust and possibly some very, very old funerary jerky. Worth investigating. One mainstream historical fact is that insect remains are not uncommon finds in archaeological excavations of Egyptian tombs, particularly those that have suffered some level of disturbance or environmental ingress over time. These can include various types of beetles that feed on organic materials like grain or wood, moths, and, yes, flies. The study of these insect remains, known as archaeoentomology, can provide valuable information about the tomb's environment, the time of year it might have been breached, and the types of organic materials present. The presence of fly pupae, the casings left behind after the maggot transforms into an adult fly, is particularly telling. If pupal casings are found deep within a tomb, it suggests that adult flies were able to enter, find a suitable organic medium, perhaps decaying offerings, or tragically, a poorly preserved mummy if conditions allowed, lay eggs, and that the larvae successfully developed. This would indicate a period of sustained access and conditions favorable for their life cycle, a scenario the original tomb builders would have found horrifying. Historians still argue about the primary pathways for insect ingress into otherwise well-sealed tombs. Were they mostly opportunistic, exploiting accidental breaches? Or were some insects, particularly those that feed on dry organic matter, able to survive in a kind of dormant state, having been inadvertently sealed in with funerary goods like grain? For flies, which typically require moisture conditions for breeding, entry after the tomb was sealed and some level of decay or moisture had occurred is the more likely scenario. You can imagine the surprise, perhaps even a slight sense of dismay, of an archaeologist carefully brushing away dust from a sarcophagus, only to find a tiny, fragile fly wing stuck in a crack in the lid, or a cluster of ancient pupal cases in a forgotten corner of the burial chamber. It's a reminder that even the most monumental efforts at preservation are ultimately subject to the slow, persistent forces of nature. The pharaohs and nobles sought eternity, a perfect, unchanging afterlife. The presence of a few dead flies, millennia later, is a quiet testament to the difficulty of achieving that ideal in a physical world. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could some of these ancient tomb flies have been specific species adapted to subterranean or low-light environments? While many would be common surface-dwelling species that found their way in, it's an interesting thought whether any unique crypt flies evolved, though highly unlikely given the isolated and temporary nature of most tomb environments once breached. More likely, they were just very adventurous or very desperate individuals of common species. Brave Sir Buzz, the first fly to explore the tomb of Nebkheperur. His legend will be hummed for generations, or at least until the archaeologists show up with their bright lights. The discovery of these uninvited tomb guests, these tiny, silent witnesses, adds another layer to the story of ancient Egypt. It underscores the ongoing dialogue between human intention and natural processes. The Egyptians built for eternity, defying decay. The flies, as agents of that decay, represented a constant, if usually minor, counterforce. Their presence in a tomb, even as desiccated remains, speaks of the ultimate triumph of time and nature over even the most ambitious human endeavors. These discoveries don't diminish the grandeur or the spiritual significance of the tombs. Instead, they add a touch of poignant reality. They remind us that these were real places, subject to real-world processes. The embalmers fought a valiant fight, and in most cases, they succeeded remarkably well for incredibly long periods. But the fly, persistent and pervasive, sometimes had the last, very quiet buzz. Your deep dive into the world of ancient Egyptian flies has shown them to be a pervasive, multifaceted nuisance. They're on your food, in your home, on your face, potentially carrying disease, and even trying to gatecrash the afterlife. But as annoying and problematic as flies were, it's important to place them within the broader context of other pests and dangerous creatures that the ancient Egyptians had to contend with. You begin to consider the pest hierarchy. Where did the fly rank in terms of daily annoyance versus genuine, immediate danger? While flies were a constant source of irritation and a contributor to disease, they rarely posed an immediate, life-threatening danger in a single encounter, unless you were a very poorly preserved mummy, perhaps. Their impact was cumulative, a death by 1,000 tiny landings and potential infections. But ancient Egypt was home to other creatures that could ruin your day, or even end your life much more swiftly. Consider the scorpion. Several species of scorpions, some highly venomous, were common in Egypt, particularly in desert areas, but also sometimes venturing into homes and settlements. A scorpion sting could be excruciatingly painful and, for the young, old, or infirm, potentially fatal. The fear of scorpions was palpable, and they featured prominently in magical protection spells and were associated with deities like Serket, a goddess who could both protect from and send venomous creatures. Compared to the sharp, immediate threat of a scorpion hiding in your sandal or a dark corner, the buzz of a fly, while irritating, might seem like a lesser evil. Oh, it's just a fly on my bread, thank goodness. For a moment, I thought it was that giant black scorpion we saw near the well yesterday. Then there were snakes. Egypt is home to a variety of snakes, including venomous species like the Egyptian cobra. Snake bites were a serious concern, especially for agricultural workers in the fields or people living near marshy areas. Like scorpions, snakes were subjects of fear and respect, frequently depicted in art and religious symbolism, and associated with powerful deities like Wadjet, the cobra goddess of Lower Egypt, or the fearsome Apep, serpent of chaos. Spells against snake bites were numerous and considered vital. A fly might spoil your lunch, but a cobra could make it your last. What about larger creatures? Crocodiles in the Nile were a very real danger to anyone working or bathing in the river, or to animals drinking at its edge. The god Sobek, depicted with a crocodile head, embodied both the fertile power of the river and its terrifying predatory aspect. Hippopotami, though herbivores, were also incredibly dangerous, known for their aggression and territoriality, and could easily capsize small boats or trample people. Encountering an angry hippo was a far more pressing concern than a cloud of flies, though ironically, you might be swatting flies right up until the moment the hippo charges. And let's not forget locusts. While not a daily pest in the same way as flies, periodic locust swarms could be utterly devastating, consuming entire fields of crops in a matter of hours, leading to famine and widespread hardship. The economic impact of a locust plague would far outweigh the daily irritations caused by flies, though flies, in their own way, also impacted food through contamination and spoilage. One mainstream historical fact is that ancient Egyptian medical papyri and magical texts contain numerous remedies and incantations against bites and stings from snakes and scorpions, reflecting the perceived danger these creatures posed. The attention given to these threats in surviving texts often seems more urgent and detailed than that given to controlling common flies, suggesting a clear understanding of the hierarchy of risk. So, where do flies fit in? They were arguably the most common and persistent nuisance, a daily, unavoidable part of life for everyone. You couldn't go a day without encountering flies. You might go your whole life without a dangerous encounter with a crocodile, if you were careful, or only see a scorpion a few times. But flies? They were your constant, buzzing shadow. Their threat was less acute, more chronic, the steady drip of irritation, the ongoing risk of contamination and disease. Historians still argue about how the cumulative burden of fly-related issues, spoilage, disease transmission, general stress, compared in overall impact to the more dramatic, but perhaps less frequent, threats from other creatures. It's difficult to quantify. A single death from a snakebite is a clear tragedy. The long-term impact of endemic trachoma, exacerbated by flies and leading to blindness and reduced productivity for many, is a slower, more diffuse tragedy, but perhaps just as significant in its overall effect on the population. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could there have been a kind of pest rivalry in ancient Egyptian folklore? Imagine a satirical story where the fly, the scorpion, and the mosquito argue about who is the most effectively annoying or dangerous to humans. The scorpion boasts of its deadly sting, the mosquito of its itchy bite and disease-carrying potential, though malaria's full transmission cycle wasn't understood, and the fly just buzzes smugly. But I am everywhere, all the time. I am in your food, in your eyes, in your sacred tombs. My victory is in my ubiquity. It's a silly thought, but it highlights the different types of threat each pest represented. The fly then occupied a unique spot in the pest hierarchy. Not the deadliest, not the most terrifying in a single encounter, but perhaps the most successful in terms of sheer pervasiveness and constant impact on daily life. It was a low-level, chronic stressor, a background hum of trouble that never quite went away. While other creatures inspired more immediate fear and more potent magical defenses, the fly won the war of attrition, simply by being there, day in, day out, from the farmer's field to Pharaoh's feast. It was the champion of common annoyances, a ubiquitous reminder of the imperfections of paradise. After weeks, months, indeed a lifetime spent in ancient Egypt, surrounded by the constant, inescapable presence of flies, a certain shift in perspective might begin to occur. You've explored defenses, from the practical swat to the magical spell. You've understood their role in disease, their surprising appearance as symbols of valor, and their place in the hierarchy of pests. But now you start to ponder a more philosophical question. Did the ancient Egyptians, for the most part, simply become resigned to the buzz? Did they, through generations of exposure, reach a state of weary acceptance where flies were just an unchangeable, inevitable feature of existence, like the heat of the sun or the flooding of the Nile? Imagine an old farmer, his skin weathered by countless seasons under the Egyptian sun, his face a roadmap of wrinkles. He sits in the shade of his mud brick hut, mending a tool. Flies buzz around him, landing on his arms, his face. He gives the occasional, almost imperceptible twitch, a flick of the wrist so ingrained it's like breathing. He doesn't curse, he doesn't vigorously swat anymore, unless a particularly aggressive biter gets him. There's a look in his eyes not of active frustration, but of deep, profound resignation. He has fought this battle his entire life, and he knows it's a battle that can never truly be won, only managed from moment to moment. This level of acceptance is hard for a modern mind, accustomed to climate control, window screens, and powerful insecticides, to fully grasp. We declare war on a single fly in our kitchen. For the ancient Egyptian, life was the war, or rather, a permanent, low-intensity occupation by a tiny, winged army. Surrender wasn't an option, but neither was total victory. So what remained was a kind of truce, a weary coexistence. One mainstream historical fact is that human societies are incredibly adaptable. People can become accustomed to environmental conditions that outsiders would find intolerable, whether it's extreme cold, high altitudes, or, in this case, a very high density of insects. This adaptation isn't just physical, it's psychological. The brain learns to filter out constant, unchanging stimuli. The ever-present hum of flies might, for many, have receded into the background noise of life, only flaring into conscious annoyance when the buzzing became too close, too personal, or too numerous. You see it in the way people perform daily tasks. A woman grinding grain, her hands rhymthmically working the grindstone, seems almost oblivious to the flies investigating the flower dust around her. A craftsman intently focused on carving a delicate hieroglyph might only give a half-hearted wave when a fly lands on his cheek, his concentration too deep to be fully broken by such a minor irritant. This isn't to say they liked it or weren't bothered at all, but the threshold for active, agitated response was likely much higher than yours. Another fly on my nose? Standard Tuesday. Now, where was I with this incantation for a prosperous afterlife? This resignation wouldn't be a passive state of despair, but rather a practical adjustment. You do what you can, you cover food, you use a fly whisk if you have one, you burn incense if it's available, but you don't let the flies stop you from living. Life must go on, work must be done, children must be raised. The flies are just another challenge, another imperfection in a world that, for all its divine order, was also filled with hardship and annoyances. Historians still argue about the psychological toll of such constant, low-level environmental stress. Did it contribute to a generally higher level of irritability, or did the communal nature of the experience foster a sense of shared burden and resilience? Perhaps both. There might have been a certain dark humor about it, proverbs or jokes related to the ubiquity of flies, a way of coping with the unavoidable. May your afterlife be free of tax collectors and face flies might have been a common, if unrecorded, well-wish. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could the development of certain meditation techniques or forms of focused concentration, often associated with priestly or scribal training, have been partly honed by the need to tune out constant distractions like flies? If you can maintain your focus while a fly is attempting to explore your nostril, you can probably concentrate through anything. To achieve true enlightenment, one must first become impervious to the tickle of 6 tiny feet. Only then can one truly hear the voice of Thoth. It's a slightly facetious take, but the ability to maintain inner calm amidst outer chaos is a valuable skill. This acceptance wouldn't mean they didn't notice when things got particularly bad. A sudden plague of flies or an infestation in a normally cleaner area would still cause alarm and concerted efforts to mitigate it. But the baseline level of fly activity, the everyday hum and buzz, was likely integrated into their sensory landscape to a degree that we can barely imagine. You might even witness moments of surprising tolerance. A sleeping child with a few flies crawling on their face, undisturbed. An animal patiently enduring a cloud of insects, only its twitching skin betraying the irritation. These scenes speak of a world where the boundaries of personal space were different, where the expectation of an insect-free environment simply didn't exist. This resignation to the buzz is, in its own way, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit and indeed of animal life. It's an acknowledgement that some battles are not about winning, but about enduring. The ancient Egyptians built pyramids, created breathtaking art, and developed a complex civilization, all while being constantly, intimately, and irritatingly accompanied by the common fly. Their achievements are perhaps even more remarkable when viewed against this buzzing backdrop of daily life. The hum of the fly was the counterpoint to the hymn of civilization, a constant reminder of the small, persistent forces of nature that even a god-king could not entirely command. The constant, inescapable presence of flies, even if met with a degree of resignation, must have had a cumulative effect on the daily mood and psychological well-being of the ancient Egyptians. It's one thing to intellectually accept an unavoidable nuisance. It's another to live with the physical sensation of it, day in and day out. You now try to tune into this more subtle, emotional undercurrent, the annoyance factor, and how it might have shaped the temperament and daily experience of individuals. Imagine trying to have a serious conversation, perhaps discussing a marriage arrangement or a dispute over land boundaries. You're trying to focus on the words, the nuances of the negotiation, but every few seconds, you or the person you're speaking to is forced to break eye contact, to swat at a fly, to blink away an insect attempting to land on an eyelid. The flow of conversation is constantly interrupted by these tiny, buzzing punctuation marks. Frustration simmers just beneath the surface. Yes, about that dowry of 3 goats and a sack of dates. Swat. As I was saying, flick. The dates must be of the highest quality. Wave. Free of, well, consider the impact on craftsmanship. An artist painting a delicate scene on a tomb wall, a scribe carefully inscribing hieroglyphs onto papyrus, a jeweler setting tiny stones. All these tasks require immense concentration and a steady hand. The sudden tickle of a fly landing on your nose at a critical moment, the need to stop and shoo it away, could ruin a fine brushstroke, cause a slip of the chisel, or simply break the delicate thread of focus. The low-level anger, the suppressed sigh of exasperation, must have been a frequent companion to creative work. One mainstream historical fact is that stress, even from seemingly minor but persistent sources, can have physiological and psychological consequences. While ancient Egyptians wouldn't have used terms like chronic stress or sensory overload, they would have undoubtedly felt the effects of constant irritation. This could manifest as heightened irritability, impatience, or a general sense of being on edge. The threshold for losing one's temper might be lower when you're already battling 1,000 tiny aerial assaults. Think about moments that should be peaceful. Resting in the shade during the midday heat, trying to enjoy a quiet moment with family, or attempting to get some sleep after a long day's labor. These moments of potential respite are constantly under threat. A fly buzzing persistently near your ear when you're desperate for sleep can be a form of torture. The anticipation of the itch, the sound of its approach, can be almost as bad as the landing itself. Sleep, when it finally comes, might be fitful, punctuated by involuntary twitches and swats. If I hear one more buzz tonight, I swear I'm going to invent the window screen 3,000 years early. This constant annoyance factor could also subtly color social interactions. If everyone is feeling slightly more irritable due to the flies, are arguments more likely to flare up? Are people quicker to take offense? It's a subtle erosion of patience, a constant wearing down of one's composure. The flies are an uninvited third party in every relationship, every transaction, every social gathering, often making things just a little bit more tense. Historians still argue about how ancient cultures emotionally processed and expressed annoyance with such pervasive environmental factors. Was there a greater cultural emphasis on stoicism and endurance, making outward displays of frustration less common or less acceptable? Or were there specific, culturally sanctioned ways of venting this irritation, perhaps through humor, specific complaints, or even targeted magical curses against the pests, as you've speculated? A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could the common Egyptian greeting or expression of well-wishing have sometimes included an implicit acknowledgement of the fly problem? Perhaps something akin to, "May your day be prosperous and your fly swatter accurate." Or when someone sneezed, instead of, "Bless you," did they sometimes mutter, "Curse these nostril-exploring flies"? This playful speculation, but it highlights how deeply ingrained the issue was. The cumulative effect is like a constant, low-grade fever of irritation. It doesn't incapacitate you, but it saps your energy, frays your nerves, and makes everything just a little bit harder. It's the background static to the music of life, always there, sometimes louder, sometimes softer, but never entirely gone. You might find yourself developing a shorter fuse, a quicker temper, than you normally would, simply because your reserves of patience are being constantly depleted by these six-legged agents of annoyance. Even moments of joy or celebration are not entirely immune. A village festival with music, dancing, and feasting the flies are there too, joining in the revelry, sampling the food, landing on the dancers. The joy is real, but it's a joy experienced amidst a light, but persistent, buzzing. This annoyance factor is a crucial, if often overlooked, aspect of daily life in ancient Egypt. It's the emotional cost of living in a fly-rich environment. It's the grit in the gears of everyday existence. And understanding this helps you to appreciate not just the practical challenges the ancient Egyptians faced, but also the sheer mental fortitude required to build a civilization, to create beauty, and to find joy, all while being relentlessly, personally, and irritatingly harassed by an army of tiny, winged tormentors. Their pyramids are monuments to their skill, but their ability to simply get through the day with their sanity relatively intact is perhaps an even greater, if unsung, achievement. The constant irritation and the dawning understanding of flies as potential carriers of filth and disease would naturally lead to efforts to keep living spaces as clean as possible, at least by the standards of the time. While grand sanitation projects were beyond the scope of a typical village, the daily act of sweeping, clearing debris, and attempting to manage waste was a crucial, if often Sisyphean, task in the ongoing battle to reduce fly breeding grounds and make homes slightly less inviting to the buzzing multitudes. You now observe and participate in these daily cleaning rituals. Early in the morning, as the sun begins to climb and the village stirs to life, you see women emerging from their homes with rudimentary brooms. These aren't the neatly bristled brooms of modern times, but more likely bundles of stiff reeds, palm fronds tied together, or even just a large leafy branch. With these, they sweep the packed earth floors of their dwellings, pushing out dust, stray crumbs from the previous day's meals, animal hairs, if animals shared the living space or were nearby, and any other accumulated debris. The swept-out material is gathered, perhaps onto a large potsherd or a piece of matting, and then carried outside. Where it goes next is key. In a well-ordered household or village, there might be a designated refuse pit or midden heap some distance away from the immediate living quarters. The goal is to remove potential fly food and breeding material from the house itself. However, some distance is relative, and if the midden heap is too close, or if the wind blows in the wrong direction, the flies it attracts will simply commute back to the houses. Out you go, disgusting detritus, and please don't tell your fly friends where you've gone. One mainstream historical fact is that while ancient Egyptian towns and cities lacked formal sewage systems as we know them, there is archaeological evidence of waste disposal practices, including designated rubbish areas and even some attempts at drainage in more affluent urban settings. For the average villager, however, cleanliness was a more personal and localized effort, focused on their immediate living space. You watch as a woman meticulously sweeps around the hearth where food is prepared. She pays particular attention to any spilled grains or bits of food that might attract insects. She might wipe down surfaces with a damp cloth if water is plentiful enough for such uses. The water jar in the corner is checked, and any spilled water around its base is mopped up or covered with fresh, dry earth to prevent it from becoming a muddy, fly-attracting puddle. This isn't just about aesthetics. It's a practical measure. A cleaner house with less exposed food waste and organic debris will generally harbor fewer flies. It won't eliminate them entirely. They are too pervasive for that, but it can make a noticeable difference to the indoor population. It's a constant battle against the entropy of daily life, where crumbs fall, dust settles, and animals, if present indoors or nearby, inevitably create mess. The areas around animal pens or where livestock are tethered would also require regular attention, though this was likely a more challenging task. Animal dung, a prime fly attractant and breeding ground, would accumulate quickly. While dry dung was a valuable fuel source, in its fresh state it was a fly magnet. Diligent farmers would regularly clear out animal enclosures, perhaps composting the manure at a distance or spreading it on fields, where, of course, it would still attract flies, but at least they'd be further from the house. Historians still argue about the general level of domestic cleanliness in ancient Egypt and how consistently these sweeping and clearing rituals were performed across different social strata and in different types of settlements, e.g. rural villages versus more crowded workers' towns. It likely varied greatly depending on individual diligence. Available time, cleaning takes time away from other essential tasks, and access to resources like water. You participate in this sweeping ritual. Armed with a bundle of reeds, you attack the dust and debris on the floor of your temporary dwelling. It's a surprisingly tiring task, and as you work, you stir up a cloud of dust. And, of course, a few disgruntled flies that were resting in quiet corners. You gather the sweepings and carry them to the designated spot, feeling a small sense of accomplishment. The floor looks a little cleaner, and for a brief while, the air inside seems a tiny bit clearer. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Were there lucky or unlucky ways to sweep? For example, a superstition about not sweeping dirt out the main door after sunset, lest you sweep away the household's luck, a belief found in various cultures. Or perhaps specific incantations to be muttered while sweeping to not only remove physical dirt, but also any metaphysical dirt or negative influences that might attract pests or misfortune. Sweep, sweep, sweep the floor. May flies and demons come no more. The effectiveness of these daily sweeping rituals in significantly reducing the overall fly population of an entire village was probably limited. Flies are highly mobile and can easily travel from a nearby refuse heap or animal pen back into a freshly cleaned house. However, on an individual household level, it would have made a difference to comfort and hygiene. It was an act of reclaiming space, of imposing a small measure of order on a potentially chaotic environment. This daily battle with dirt and debris, with the flies as a constant reminder of any lapse, underscores the effort involved in maintaining even a basic level of hygiene in a pre-modern world. It's a testament to the human desire for cleanliness and order, even when faced with overwhelming odds. Each sweep of the broom was a small act of defiance against the encroaching forces of filth and its buzzing companions, a daily reaffirmation of the will to live in a space that was, at least temporarily, a little less hospitable to pests. While the ancient Egyptians waged their daily, personal war against flies using swatters, smoke, traps, and diligent sweeping, they were not entirely alone in this fight. Nature itself provided some allies, albeit often unintentional ones. You begin to notice the small predators that share the Egyptian environment, creatures that, in their own quest for sustenance, inadvertently help to control the fly population. You wonder if the Egyptians recognized these natural allies and, if so, whether they actively encouraged their presence. In the cool dimness of a mud brick house, you spot a gecko clinging motionless to a wall near a small window opening. Its lidless eyes are fixed, its body a study in patience. Suddenly, its head darts out, and its sticky tongue snatches a careless fly that ventured too close. The gecko swallows, then resumes its vigil. These small lizards, common in warm climates, are voracious insectivores. A single gecko can consume a significant number of flies and other small insects in a day. Their presence in a home would be a welcome, if silent, form of pest control. Did the Egyptians actively encourage geckos in their homes? It's hard to say for certain from historical records, but it's likely they wouldn't have harmed them. In a culture that often revered or respected animals, a creature that quietly went about the business of eating annoying pests might have been viewed with a certain benign tolerance, if not outright appreciation. Oh, look, little Sheshmu the gecko is on duty tonight. Good lad. May his belly be full and my ears fly free. Outside, near the cattle pens or in the fields, you see birds like cattle egrets. As you've noted before, these elegant white birds often accompany grazing livestock, snapping up the insects, including many flies, that are disturbed by the animal's movements or attracted to them. This symbiotic relationship is a clear example of nature's fly control in action. Farmers would almost certainly have recognized the benefit of having these birds around their herds, even if they didn't actively manage the egret population. Their presence meant fewer biting flies tormenting their valuable animals. Spiders, too, would play a role. In the corners of rooms, under the eaves of houses, or among the reeds by the river, spiders would spin their intricate webs. These webs, while perhaps considered unsightly by some, were effective fly traps. Every fly caught in a spider's web was one less to annoy the human inhabitants. While an Egyptian housewife might sweep away old, dusty cobwebs, she might have been more tolerant of a discreetly placed web that was clearly doing good work. One mainstream historical fact is that many ancient cultures, including the Egyptians, had a complex relationship with the animals in their environment, often incorporating them into their religious beliefs and symbolism. While the focus is often on larger or more charismatic animals, the role of smaller creatures in the ecosystem would not have gone entirely unnoticed. The Egyptians were, above all, keen observers of their world. What about frogs and toads? They emerge in large numbers after the Nile's inundation, just as the fly population is booming. Frogs are well-known insect eaters. The goddess Hecate, associated with fertility and childbirth, was depicted as a woman with a frog's head. While her primary symbolism was related to new life, the sheer abundance of frogs she represented would also mean an abundance of insect predators during a critical time. Could this have been an unstated, secondary blessing associated with Hecate, that her arrival heralded not just human fertility but also a natural check on the exploding insect population? Historians still argue about the extent to which ancient peoples consciously manipulated or encouraged predator populations for pest control. While they lacked the scientific understanding of ecological balance that we have today, practical observation would reveal which creatures helped reduce the numbers of nuisance insects. Deliberate, large-scale biocontrol programs are unlikely, but a general attitude of tolerance or even protection towards beneficial predators is plausible. A quirky or fringe tidbit: were there any folk beliefs or superstitions about harming these beneficial predators? For instance, was it considered bad luck to kill a gecko found in your house, not just because it was a living creature, but because it was seen as a guardian against pests? Don't harm the wall lizard, son. It eats the messengers of annoyance and keeps the shadows from crawling. Or perhaps specific birds known for their insect-eating prowess were considered sacred or under the protection of a particular deity. Even something as simple as domestic cats, while primarily valued for controlling rodent populations, which also had implications for grain storage and disease, would occasionally snatch a low-flying or unwary fly. It wouldn't be their primary food source, but every little bit helped. The reverence for cats in ancient Egypt, linked to goddesses like Batet, meant they were generally protected and welcomed in households. The ancient Egyptians were deeply embedded in their natural environment. They lived in close proximity to a wide array of creatures, both large and small. While their relationship with flies was largely antagonistic, their interactions with the fly's natural predators would have been more nuanced. These small hunters, the geckos on the wall, the egrets in the field, the spiders in the corner, the frogs in the marshes, were all part of the intricate web of life along the Nile. And in their daily hunt for survival, they provided a silent, often unthanked service to their human neighbors, helping, in their own small way, to keep the relentless hum of the fly from becoming completely overwhelming. The fight against flies wasn't just a human endeavor. It was an ecological one, with nature itself providing some of the most effective, if unacknowledged, warriors. The constant presence of flies, as you've observed, was not just a matter of personal discomfort or a minor detail in the grandeur of ancient Egypt. It had tangible impacts on crucial aspects of their society, particularly agriculture and the well-being of their livestock. These were not just irritants. They were economic saboteurs in tiny, buzzing form, affecting the very foundations of Egyptian prosperity. You now take a closer look at the farm, the fields, and the animal pens to assess the real-world consequences of this pervasive pest. Agriculture was the backbone of the ancient Egyptian economy. The fertility of the Nile Valley, renewed annually by the inundation, allowed for bountiful harvests of grain, like emmer wheat and barley, vegetables, and fruits. This agricultural surplus supported the population, funded monumental building projects, and enabled the development of a complex civilization. However, flies posed a persistent, if often underestimated, threat to this productivity. Consider the livestock which you've already seen suffering. Cattle, oxen, donkeys, goats, and sheep were essential for plowing fields, transporting goods, providing milk, meat, hides, and wool. As you've witnessed, these animals were relentlessly tormented by various types of flies, including biting stable flies and nuisance face flies. This constant harassment was not just an animal welfare issue. It had direct economic repercussions. Animals under stress from fly attacks expend more energy twitching, stamping, and swishing their tails, energy that could otherwise go into growth, milk production, or labor. Studies on modern livestock have shown significant reductions in weight gain and milk yield when animals are heavily infested with flies. While the ancient Egyptians wouldn't have conducted formal scientific studies, experienced farmers and herdsmen would undoubtedly have noticed that their animals were less productive and in poorer condition during periods of high fly activity. Old Man in Tef's prize cow isn't giving as much milk this season. He says the biting flies are worse than he's ever seen them. Says she's too busy dancing to their infernal tune to make proper cream. One mainstream historical fact is that diseases in livestock can have devastating economic impacts on agricultural societies. Flies are known vectors for various animal diseases, including conjunctivitis, like pink eye, spread by face flies, and potentially other bacterial or parasitic infections that can weaken or even kill animals. The loss of a prize-milking cow or a strong draft ox to a fly-borne illness would be a significant blow to a farming family, impacting their food supply and their ability to cultivate their land. Beyond the direct impact on animals, flies also affected harvested crops. Grain stored in granaries, even if relatively well sealed, could be susceptible to insect infestation if flies found a way in and conditions were right for them to lay eggs, or if they contaminated the grain with spoilage organisms. While other pests like weevils and rodents were often a more direct threat to stored grain, flies landing on drying fruits, vegetables, or freshly processed foods like bread and beer could introduce bacteria or mold spores, leading to quicker spoilage and loss. Every bit of food lost to fly-related contamination was a loss to the household or the state. Think about the process of drying fish or meat, common methods of food preservation. These items, laid out in the sun, would be incredibly attractive to flies. If flies were allowed to lay eggs on them, creating fly-blown meat, the resulting maggot infestation would render the food inedible and unsafe. Constant vigilance, perhaps using smoke or keeping the food in screened enclosures, if such rudimentary screens existed, would be necessary to protect these valuable protein sources. The labor involved in this protection was an added cost to food production. Historians still argue about the quantifiable economic impact of flies on ancient Egyptian agriculture. It's difficult to put precise numbers on lost productivity or spoiled goods from so long ago. However, given the sheer prevalence of flies and their known behaviors, it's reasonable to assume that the impact was not insignificant, even if it was seen as an unavoidable cost of doing business in that environment. It was likely a constant, low-level drain on resources and efficiency. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could certain agricultural practices have been subtly adapted to minimize fly problems? For example, was the timing of certain activities, like slaughtering animals for meat, influenced by fly seasonality, perhaps favoring cooler months when fly activity might be slightly lower? Or were specific locations chosen for activities like drying fish based on prevailing winds that might help keep flies away? Let's dry these figs on the north side of the hill today. The breeze is stronger there and might keep the worst of the buzzing bandits at bay. Such micro-adaptations would be born of practical experience. The work in the fields itself was made more miserable and less efficient by flies. Laborers constantly distracted by swatting, or suffering from eye infections or dysentery exacerbated by flies, would not be working at their full potential. This, too, represents a subtle but real economic cost. The ancient Egyptians were skilled farmers and animal husbandmen. They developed sophisticated irrigation systems and had a deep understanding of their crops and livestock. They would have employed various strategies to protect their agricultural output, from the design of granaries to the care of their animals. However, the fly was a relentless and ubiquitous foe, one that could not be entirely vanquished. Its impact was woven into the fabric of agricultural life, a constant challenge to the productivity and prosperity that the Nile otherwise so generously provided. The bounty of the land was always shared, grudgingly, with its smallest, most persistent inhabitants. The simple, utilitarian fly swatter you fashioned earlier from reeds and leaves was a practical tool, born of immediate necessity. But as you observe the broader spectrum of ancient Egyptian society, particularly among the wealthier classes and in more formal settings, you begin to notice the evolution of this humble implement. The basic need to repel flies transcended social strata, but the tools used for the task could also become expressions of status, artistry, and even authority. The fly whisk, in its more elaborate forms, was more than just a pest deterrent. It was an accessory, a symbol. You recall seeing depictions in tombs and temples of high-ranking officials, priests, and even Pharaoh himself, attended by servants who carry long, elegant fly whisks. These are a far cry from your crude bundle of grasses. These are often beautifully crafted objects, with handles made of polished wood, ivory, or even precious metals, and the business end composed of a plume of fine animal hair, perhaps horsehair or giraffe tail, ostrich feathers or long, flowing strips of linen or leather. They are designed not just for function but also for aesthetic appeal, to complement the dignity of the person being attended. One mainstream historical fact is that ceremonial fly whisks were common symbols of authority and status in ancient Egypt, as well as in many other ancient Near Eastern and African cultures. Being important enough to have someone else dedicated to keeping flies away from you was a clear indicator of your elevated position in society. The whisk itself, often rendered in expensive materials, became part of the regalia of power. It wasn't just about shooing flies. It was about displaying that you deserved to be fly-free, or at least to have someone else manage the problem for you. Imagine a vizier, second only to Pharaoh in power, holding an audience. Beside or slightly behind him stands an attendant, gracefully waving a long-handled fly whisk, its plume of feathers or hair creating a gentle breeze and a visible deterrent to any errant insects. The movement is measured, almost ritualistic, a subtle but constant assertion of the vizier's importance and the decorum of the occasion. It's less about the frantic swatting you see in the village and more about maintaining an aura of serene, undisturbed authority. No mere insect shall interrupt the pronouncements of the great Vizier Reckmeyer. Attendant, a little more swish with that ostrich feather, if you please. The materials and craftsmanship of these whisks would vary. A provincial governor might have one made of good quality wood and animal hair. A royal fly whisk, however, could be a true work of art, inlaid with gold or faience, its handle intricately carved. These were not disposable items but valuable possessions, sometimes even included in tomb furnishings to serve the deceased in the afterlife. Historians still argue about the precise division between the purely functional and the purely symbolic aspects of these elaborate fly whisks. Did the very expensive ones, made with delicate feathers, actually work as well as a simpler, more robust design for actually killing a fly? Or was their primary purpose to wave away and look impressive while doing so? It's likely a bit of both. The visual display of having an attendant with a whisk was probably as important as the number of flies actually dispatched. You might see evidence of this evolution even among less exalted individuals. A well-to-do merchant, while not having a dedicated fly whisk bearer, might own a personal whisk that is a cut above the simple reed swatter. Perhaps it has a carved wooden handle, or the swatting part is made from a neatly trimmed piece of leather, or a dyed bundle of plant fibers. It's a small luxury, a sign of modest prosperity, and an acknowledgement that even in the daily battle against flies, a little bit of style doesn't hurt. Yes, this is my new ebony-handled fly swat. Imported wood, terribly effective against the little blighters, and rather distinguished, don't you think? A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could there have been fashion trends in fly whisks among the elite? Perhaps one season, ostrich feathers were all the rage, and the next, it was all about whisks made from the tails of exotic animals brought back from Nubia or Punt. Or maybe certain colors or handle designs became fashionable in particular circles. Darling, that old palm leaf swatter is so last dynasty. One simply must be seen with a gazelle hair whisk this year. The evolution of the fly whisk from a basic tool of annoyance management to an object of status and artistry reflects a common human tendency to elaborate and beautify even the most mundane aspects of life, especially when social hierarchy is involved. The fundamental problem, too many flies, remained the same for everyone. But the solutions, or at least the accessories accompanying the solutions, could become markers of wealth and power. Even the way the whisk was wielded could signify status. The frantic, desperate swatting of a commoner contrasted with the calm, measured, almost regal wave of a high-status individual or their attendant. One is an act of desperation. The other, an assertion of control over one's environment, even if that control is outsourced. So the humble swatter, born of irritation and readily available materials, climbed the social ladder. It got dressed up in finer materials, acquired a longer handle, and learned some manners. In its most elite forms, the fly whisk became less about the gritty reality of squashing bugs and more about the performance of being above such concerns. It's a fascinating journey for such a simple concept, a testament to ancient Egyptian ingenuity and their flair for imbuing everyday objects with deeper social and symbolic meaning. The flies still buzzed, but at least for some, the response could be delivered with a certain style. Your long sojourn in ancient Egypt has, by now, thoroughly acclimated you to the constant, buzzing presence of flies. You've developed the Egyptian wave, learned to eat with one hand while defending your food with the other, and perhaps even achieved a certain zen-like resignation to their omnipresence. But now, you try to imagine this world through fresh eyes, the eyes of a foreigner, a traveler from a distant land, perhaps a place less generously endowed with these six-legged inhabitants. What would be their initial reaction to the sheer density of Egypt's fly population? The culture shock, or rather, fly shock, must have been considerable. Picture a merchant from a cooler, perhaps more arid region, arriving in a bustling Egyptian port like Pelusium or a Nile-side market town. He's come to trade valuable goods, cedarwood from Lebanon, perhaps, or exotic spices from further east. He's prepared for the heat, for the unfamiliar language and customs. But is he prepared for the flies? As he steps off his ship or out of his caravan, the welcoming committee of buzzing insects makes its presence known immediately. They swarm around him, drawn by his new scent, his sweat from the journey. His reaction is likely one of surprise, then annoyance, rapidly escalating to disbelief and perhaps even disgust. By the beard of my ancestors, what is this aerial plague? Do they not have fly swatters in this land? Or are they considered sacred? He tries to conduct his business, haggling over prices in a crowded marketplace. But his attention is constantly diverted. Flies land on his face, on the goods he's inspecting, on the food offered to him by his Egyptian counterparts. He swats furiously, a stark contrast to the more practiced, weary gestures of the locals. His exasperation is visible, perhaps even comical to the Egyptians who have lived with this their entire lives. "My dear sir, you seem agitated. Is it the price, or perhaps the welcoming committee of Hathor's tiny, winged messengers?" An Egyptian trader might ask with a hint of amusement. One mainstream historical fact is that ancient Egypt engaged in extensive trade and diplomatic relations with other kingdoms and regions, including Mesopotamia, the Levant, Nubia, and lands across the Mediterranean. Travelers, merchants, and envoys would have regularly journeyed to and from Egypt, each bringing their own cultural norms and expectations. For those hailing from regions with significantly lower fly populations, the Egyptian experience would have been an entomological trial by fire. Imagine a dignitary from a northern kingdom, accustomed to cooler climes and perhaps more enclosed living spaces, arriving at the pharaoh's court. Even if the palace has better fly control than a village hut, the numbers would still be far greater than what he's used to. He tries to maintain his composure during a royal audience, but a persistent fly keeps trying to explore his elaborately oiled beard or land on his ceremonial staff. He might try subtle, dignified waves, but his discomfort would be palpable. The Egyptian courtiers, observing him, might exchange knowing glances. Another one unaccustomed to the royal air patrol, they might think. The culinary experiences would be particularly challenging for such a visitor. Being offered a plate of dates, only to see flies land on it before he can take one. Trying to drink a cup of beer while simultaneously blowing away inquisitive insects. He might lose his appetite, or at least eat with a great deal of trepidation and much vigorous fanning. His Egyptian hosts, accustomed to dining with flies, might find his fastidiousness amusing or even slightly insulting. Historians still argue about how such environmental differences were perceived and recorded by ancient travelers. While surviving accounts from foreign visitors often focus on Egypt's monuments, religious practices, or political structures, more mundane observations about daily life, like the prevalence of insects, are less common. However, it's hard to imagine that such a pervasive feature wouldn't have been noted, at least in personal correspondence or less formal accounts that haven't survived. It would certainly be a topic of conversation upon their return home. Egypt is magnificent, the pyramids are astounding, but the flies, you wouldn't believe the flies. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Could the fly shock experienced by foreigners have sometimes been misinterpreted by the Egyptians? Perhaps a visitor's constant swatting and agitated demeanor were occasionally seen not as a reaction to insects, but as a sign of nervousness, disrespect, or even a shifty character. That emissary from Mitanni seems very twitchy. I don't trust him. Or perhaps he just needs a better fly whisk. Misunderstandings in cross-cultural communication can arise from the strangest of sources. The foreign traveler might try to adopt local customs, perhaps acquiring a fly whisk or attempting the nonchalant Egyptian wave. But their movements would likely be more frantic, less efficient, than those of lifelong residents. They lack the ingrained muscle memory, the weary resignation that comes from years of cohabitation with the buzzing swarms. This fly shock serves to highlight just how extreme the situation in ancient Egypt was, at least from an outsider's perspective. What had become normalized for the Egyptians would be a significant and memorable challenge for anyone unaccustomed to it. It's a reminder that our perception of normal is shaped by our environment, and Egypt's environment came with a very high baseline of insect activity. The land of the pharaohs was indeed a land of wonders, but for the uninitiated visitor, it was also undeniably a land of a million flies. Their travelogues, if they wrote them, might have dedicated an entire chapter to my battle with the buzzing hordes of the Nile. Ancient Egypt's history is a vast tapestry woven over millennia, marked by the rise and fall of dynasties, periods of unity and chaos, foreign rule and native resurgence. Through the Old Kingdom's pyramid builders, the expansive New Kingdom's warrior pharaohs, the Hellenistic Ptolemies, and even into the Roman era, Egypt's cultural and political landscape underwent profound transformations. Yet, amidst all this change, one tiny, buzzing constant likely remained: the fly. You now consider the remarkable persistence of this pest problem across the dynastic drone of Egyptian history. Imagine the early days of Egyptian civilization, the pre-dynastic period, as small agricultural communities coalesce along the Nile. The climate is similar, the river provides life, and with that life comes the flies. These early Egyptians, laying the foundations for millennia of culture, are already swatting, already dealing with flies in their food and around their rudimentary dwellings. The problem is there from the very beginning, a foundational element of the Egyptian environment. Then comes the Old Kingdom, the age of the great pyramid builders like Khufu and Khafre. Thousands of laborers toil on the Giza Plateau, living in organized camps. As you've considered these concentrations of people, food, and waste would be fly paradises. The pharaohs might reside in relative comfort in their palaces at Memphis, but the fly, as you know, is no great respecter of status. The masons, the quarrymen, the scribes keeping records, all would share their days with the buzzing drone. The pyramids rise, monuments to eternity, but the daily lives of those who built them were punctuated by the ephemeral, irritating presence of flies. The Middle Kingdom arrives, a period of reunification and cultural flourishing. Literature and art reach new heights, but the agricultural backbone remains. The Nile continues its cycles, and so do the flies. Whether you are a farmer in a provincial town, a soldier on campaign in Nubia, or a noble in Thebes, the fly is your companion. The stories inscribed on papyri, the wisdom texts offering guidance for life, none of them, as far as we know, offer a foolproof solution to the fly problem. It's an accepted, if unwelcome, part of the scenery of life. The New Kingdom dawns, the era of empire, of warrior pharaohs like Thutmose III and Ramesses the Great. Egypt's influence extends far. Great temples like Karnak and Luxor are built. But even in these magnificent columned halls, during elaborate religious festivals with vast offerings of food and drink, the flies would have been present. The golden flies awarded to military heroes of this era are a testament to the fly's perceived persistence, a quality admired in soldiers even as it was cursed in daily life. The problem remains, even at the zenith of Egyptian power. One mainstream historical fact is that the fundamental ecology of the Nile Valley, its warm climate, fertile soil, and annual inundation, remained relatively consistent throughout much of ancient Egyptian history. These are the core conditions that allow fly populations to thrive. As long as these conditions persisted, and as long as humans and their livestock lived along the river, flies would be an integral part of the ecosystem. Dynasties might change, borders might shift, but the flies would keep on buzzing. Later periods bring foreign influence and rule. The Persians, then Alexander the Great and the Ptolemaic dynasty, and finally the Romans all take their turn governing Egypt. New cities like Alexandria rise, blending Egyptian and Greco-Roman cultures. New rulers bring new customs, new gods are sometimes syncretized. But do they solve the fly problem? Unlikely. The flies of Egypt would have greeted Greek philosophers, Roman legionaries, and Persian satraps with the same democratic impartiality they showed to native Egyptians. The letters of Roman officials stationed in Egypt, if they complained about local conditions, might well have included exasperated references to the insect situation. The grain tax is late, the locals are restless, and by Jupiter, the flies here could drive a Stoic to madness. Historians still argue about whether there were any significant technological or societal changes during these millennia that might have substantially altered the human-fly dynamic in Egypt. Did improved sanitation in Ptolemaic Alexandria, for example, lead to a noticeable reduction in flies in that specific urban center compared to a rural village? Perhaps marginally in localized areas. But for the vast majority of the population living in traditional ways along the Nile, life and its accompanying flies likely continued much as it always had. A quirky or fringe tidbit. Imagine an ancient Egyptian Rip Van Winkle, falling asleep during the reign of Khufu and waking up in the time of Cleopatra. The pyramids are ancient, the language has evolved, new gods are worshipped, people dress differently. But as he sits up and rubs his eyes, the first thing he encounters is likely a familiar, buzzing fly, attempting to land on his nose. Well, he might grumble. At least some things never change around here. The fly is the ultimate symbol of continuity in the Egyptian environment. This dynastic drone, the unchanging hum of flies across centuries of human drama, is a profound reminder of the power of deep environmental constants. While human history is a story of change, innovation, and upheaval, the basic ecological realities often persist, shaping daily life in ways that transcend political and cultural shifts. The pharaohs, for all their divine authority, could command armies and build monumental tombs, but they could not command the flies to disappear. The fly, in its relentless persistence, becomes an almost timeless feature of the Egyptian landscape, a tiny, buzzing thread connecting the earliest settlers to the last Roman governors. It's a humbling thought. Empires rise and fall, but the flies endure, a testament to nature's indifference to the grand sweep of human history. Their drone is the quiet, constant soundtrack to millennia of change. Your journey through ancient Egypt's fly-filled past now brings you to a reflective pause. You've experienced the daily irritations, the attempts at control, the subtle and not-so-subtle impacts of these insects on health, agriculture, and even military honors. As you contemplate this long history, you can't help but draw parallels to the present day. Does the ancient struggle against flies echo in modern Egypt? And indeed, in many parts of the world where these insects continue to be a nuisance and a health concern? The echoes are undeniable, though the tools and understanding have changed. Think about a modern Egyptian village, perhaps not far from the ancient sites you've been mentally inhabiting. While there might be access to some modern amenities, in many rural or less affluent areas, some of the age-old challenges persist. Open-air markets with food stalls, livestock kept in close proximity to homes, and less-than-perfect waste management can still create environments where flies thrive. You might see a modern shopkeeper waving a fly whisk, perhaps a brightly colored plastic one rather than reeds or feathers, but the gesture is timeless. The battle continues. In modern cities like Cairo, with their dense populations and complex infrastructure, fly control is a more organized, if still challenging, affair. Municipal services deal with waste collection, and public health campaigns might address insect-borne diseases. Yet, even here, a walk through a bustling souk or a neighborhood with overflowing bins will quickly reveal that the fly has not been entirely vanquished. It is a persistent foe, adaptable and opportunistic, always ready to exploit a lapse in sanitation or a carelessly discarded piece of food. One mainstream historical fact is that fly-borne diseases, such as various forms of diarrhea and eye infections like trachoma, remain significant public health concerns in many parts of the world today, particularly in communities with limited access to clean water, sanitation, and healthcare. The World Health Organization and other bodies actively work to combat these diseases, often using strategies that include improved sanitation, health education, and, where necessary, targeted insecticide use are a far cry from the incense and amulets of ancient times, but aimed at the same fundamental problem. The ancient Egyptians' use of smoke from burning incense or herbs finds its modern echo in mosquito coils, or other fumigants used to clear rooms of flying insects. The principle is the same: create an environment that is unpleasant or lethal to them. The ancient sticky traps made with honey or resin have their descendants in modern flypaper or glue traps. The desire to lure and capture remains unchanged, even if the adhesive technology has improved. Behold, my newfangled sticky ribbon of doom, now with extra chemical attractant. The flies won't know what hit him until it's too late. The ornate fly whisks of pharaohs and nobles have their modern, if less glamorous, counterparts in the electric fly swatter, which delivers a satisfying zap rather than a regal wave. The motivation is the same, to eliminate the immediate, buzzing annoyance with a decisive action. The technology has evolved, but the human desire for a fly-free personal space is eternal. Historians still argue about the long-term cultural memory of such pervasive environmental challenges. Do societies that have lived for millennia with high insect populations develop a different baseline tolerance or a unique set of cultural responses that persist even as conditions change? It's an interesting question for anthropologists and social historians. Perhaps the casual, almost unconscious Egyptian wave you see today has roots that go back thousands of years. A quirky or fringe tidbit. With the rise of tourism in modern Egypt, one wonders if the fly shock experienced by ancient travelers is replicated by modern tourists visiting rural areas or crowded markets for the first time. The hieroglyphs are amazing, the Nile cruise was lovely, but honestly, Brenda, the sheer volume of flies at that outdoor cafe was something else. I nearly inhaled one with my carcade. Some things, it seems, are timeless travel experiences. The ancient Egyptians' intuitive, if incomplete, understanding of the link between flies, filth, and disease is now replaced by the scientific knowledge of germ theory and disease vectors. We understand how flies transmit pathogens, which allows for more targeted and effective interventions, like promoting hand washing, protecting food sources, and managing waste to reduce breeding sites. Yet, the core challenge remains, breaking the chain of transmission that often involves these ubiquitous insects. The modern fight against flies also benefits from a global exchange of knowledge and resources that was unimaginable in ancient times. Scientists study fly behavior, develop new control methods, and track outbreaks of fly-borne diseases. This collective, global effort is a powerful tool that the ancient Egyptians lacked, relying instead on local knowledge, observation, and a good deal of hope and Heka. As you reflect on these parallels, you realize that the struggle against pesky houseflies is one of humanity's longest, most persistent battles. From the banks of the ancient Nile to a modern city apartment, the desire for a life free from their buzzing irritation and the threat they pose is a universal human aspiration. The ancient Egyptians fought this battle with the tools and understanding they had. We continue it with ours. The drone of the fly is an ancient sound, and its echoes resonate even now. Your journey through the buzzing, swatting, and often itchy world of ancient Egypt is drawing to a close. You've walked the dusty paths of villages, stood in the imagined cool of mud brick homes, observed the toil of farmers and laborers, and even peeked into the palaces of pharaohs and the sacred silence of tombs. And through it all, the fly has been your constant, if unwelcome, companion. Now, you step back and reflect on the broader implications of this specific historical deep dive. Humanity's long, often frustrating, and seemingly unending battle against this common, yet remarkably successful insect. The ancient Egyptians, as you've seen, employed a wide array of strategies, from the purely practical to the deeply magical. They swatted with reeds, fumigated with incense, laid sticky traps with honey, and sought to protect their food, their livestock, their sick, and even their dead from these pervasive pests. Their efforts were a testament to their ingenuity, their observational skills, and their sheer resilience in the face of a relentless environmental challenge. They didn't have the benefit of modern science, of germ theory or advanced insecticides, yet they persisted in their efforts to mitigate the annoyance and the harm caused by flies. This struggle is not unique to ancient Egypt. Throughout history, and across virtually all cultures, humans have contended with flies. From the sanitation challenges of medieval European cities to the fly-borne diseases that plagued colonial settlements, from the irritation of flies at a Roman banquet to their presence in a pioneer's log cabin, the story is remarkably similar. The details change, the types of dwellings, the specific diseases, the available tools for control, but the fundamental conflict remains. One mainstream historical fact is that the housefly, Musca domestica, and its close relatives are among the most widespread insects on Earth, having successfully co-evolved and spread with human populations. Our settlements, our agriculture, our waste, all provide ideal habitats and food sources for them. We have, in a sense, created the conditions for their success, and then spent millennia trying to deal with the consequences. It's a classic tale of unintended ecological partnership. The ancient Egyptian experience, with its particularly high fly densities due to the Nile's ecology and the climate, serves as a concentrated, vivid example of this universal human-fly relationship. Their struggles, their innovations, their frustrations, they are a microcosm of a global, timeless battle. The Golden Fly Award for military valor, so uniquely Egyptian, highlights their ability to find even positive symbolism in their tormentor. But for most of history, for most people, the fly has been an unmitigated pest. You ponder the sheer amount of human energy, ingenuity, and resources that have been expended over centuries in the fight against flies. Countless hours spent swatting, cleaning, developing repellents, and caring for those made sick by fly-borne illnesses. If one could somehow quantify this effort, it would be staggering. It's a hidden tax on human existence, a constant drain on time and well-being. If only we could harness the collective energy spent swatting flies throughout history, you muse, we could probably power a small moon. Historians still argue about the full impact of insect-borne diseases, many of which are fly-related, on the course of human history. How have they influenced population dynamics, military campaigns, where soldiers in unsanitary camps are highly vulnerable, or even the development of sanitation practices and urban planning? While it's hard to isolate the impact of flies alone, they are undoubtedly part of a larger complex of environmental health factors that have shaped human societies. A quirky or fringe tidbit: has the constant, low-level annoyance of flies subtly influenced human creativity or philosophy? Perhaps the desire for peace and quiet, for a moment free from buzzing irritation, has been a small, unacknowledged spur towards creating more controlled environments, or even towards philosophical ideals of detachment and inner calm that can transcend external annoyances. To find true peace, a Stoic philosopher might have declared while discreetly waving away a fly, one must first conquer the inner buzz, even if the outer one persists. The battle continues today, as you've considered. We have more sophisticated weapons, insecticides, genetic pest management, advanced sanitation engineering. Yet, flies remain a problem in many parts of the world. They develop resistance to chemicals. They continue to exploit gaps in our defenses. The war is far from over. It has merely evolved. Reflecting on the ancient Egyptians' experience provides a valuable perspective. It reminds us of the deep historical roots of some of our most mundane modern struggles. It fosters an appreciation for the progress we've made in public health and pest control, while also highlighting the remarkable adaptability and resilience of both humans and the insects that share our planet. The story of how ancient Egyptians dealt with pesky houseflies is, in essence, a story about the human condition. Our ability to adapt, to innovate, to endure, and to find meaning, or at least ways to cope, even in the face of persistent, irritating, and sometimes dangerous challenges. It's a small slice of history, focused on a tiny creature, but it speaks volumes about the larger human experience. The unending battle is a testament to our own persistence, a quality we ironically share with our six-legged adversaries. And so, as our long, winding journey through the buzzing, sweltering, and often itchy world of ancient Egypt comes to a close, the persistent hum that has been our companion begins to fade, not into silence, but into the deeper quiet of your own approaching rest. You've walked the dusty paths of villages, felt the tickle of unseen feet on your skin, shared in the frustration of a meal besieged, and perhaps even gained a grudging respect for the tenacity of these tiny winged creatures that so profoundly shaped the daily experience of an entire civilization. The sheer effort of imagining that constant presence, the mental energy required to place yourself within that sensory landscape, now gives way to a desire for stillness, for the cessation of that imagined endless buzz. The sun, which blazed with such intensity over the fields and monuments of Kemet, now dips below a horizon of your own imagining. Its fierce light, which once illuminated every desperate swat and every determined fly, now softens into the gentle glow of twilight. The narrow alleyways of the village, once filled with the sounds of life and the ever-present drone of flies, grow quiet. Children's laughter, punctuated by those tiny, winged interruptions, now exists only as a faint echo. The mud brick homes, which offered some small respite from the heat but little from the insects, are now just faint outlines in your mind's eye, their inhabitants drifting into whatever sleep they could find amidst the nightly chorus, a sleep you too are now seeking. You feel the dust of ancient paths settling, the urgency of the swatter now a distant memory, the faint scent of incense and aromatic herbs mingling with the earthy aroma of the Nile, all becoming softer, more diffuse, as your own senses turn inward. The great river itself, the source of so much life and so many flies, continues its timeless flow in your thoughts, but its surface is now calm, reflecting a sky that is slowly, gently dimming. The vibrant greens of the papyrus reeds, which once hid countless unseen insects, the golden tones of the desert sands that absorbed the relentless heat, the deep blues of the lotus flowers that perhaps offered a momentary, fragrant distraction. All these colors soften, becoming muted, gentle pastels as drowsiness begins to embrace you. The sharp focus on the individual fly, its delicate wings, its audacious exploration of your personal space, now blurs, merging into a more general sense of the pervasive, teeming life of that ancient land, a life that is now receding from your immediate consciousness. Remember the feeling of the cool interior of a temple, the hushed reverence, and even there, the possibility of a stray, buzzing echo, a tiny profanity in a sacred space. That too now recedes, replaced by the quiet of your own space, the gentle weight of your blankets, the soft rhythm of your own breathing. The concerns of pharaohs and farmers, of priests and artisans, regarding their six-legged tormentors, dissolve into the mists of time, leaving behind only a faint, lingering impression of a shared, ancient struggle, a struggle that you can now release. The weight of their daily irritations is not yours to carry into your dreams. The sharp sting of a biting fly, the maddening tickle around your eyes, the frustration of defending your food, the weariness of an unending battle, these sensations, so vivid in our journey, now lose their edge, becoming smoothed over, distant echoes rather than immediate feelings. The weariness of that constant battle gives way to a different kind of weariness, the pleasant, heavy fatigue that invites sleep. The intricate details of hieroglyphs depicting flies, the glint of a golden military award given for fly-like persistence, the imagined chance of magical repulsion aimed at clearing the air, all these fade into the soft tapestry of your subconscious, their details no longer requiring your active attention. Let the myriad sounds of ancient Egypt, the distant calls from the river, the chatter of the marketplace, the rhythmic thud of a craftsman's tool, and yes, even the ubiquitous hum of countless flies, transform into a soothing, gentle white noise. Allow it to become a lullaby, a soft, indistinct murmur that rocks you gently towards slumber. The problems of that distant time, the irritations and the small victories, are not yours to solve tonight. They belong to the ages, a testament to endurance, now quieting as your own day, your own thoughts, come to their peaceful end. The persistent hum has done its work, lulling you with its monotony, its sheer, overwhelming presence now ironically becoming a tool for your own relaxation. And now it too can rest, retreating from your mind as you prepare to drift away. The story of the ancient Egyptian and the fly, a tale of persistence on both sides, has run its course for tonight. It's a reminder, perhaps, that even the smallest elements of history can offer a rich tapestry of human experience, full of challenges, ingenuity, and the simple, relatable desire for a bit of peace and comfort. From the grandest pharaoh to the humblest farmer, the fly was a great equalizer, a tiny creature that demanded attention and shaped behavior in ways both big and small. Their world, so vibrant and full of life, was also a world of constant, tiny negotiations with nature, a world where even the air itself seemed alive. But now that ancient air grows still for you. The heat of the Egyptian sun gives way to the cool calm of your night. The dust of millennia settles, and the once insistent buzzing fades into a gentle, profound silence, allowing your mind to drift, to float, to release the day's concerns. There are no more flies to swat, no more food to guard, no more itchy distractions to break your peace. Only the quiet, steady rhythm of your breath and the deep, inviting pull of sleep. Let the last vestiges of that ancient hum carry you softly away, into the deep, untroubled quiet of your dreams, leaving the land of the Nile and its myriad tiny inhabitants to their ancient, slumbering peace.